back to the Locacacast. I'm Zach, and that's Chris. And it's been a little while. It's been like 2 months. Chris, how you been doing, man? How's the hiatus been treating you?
So, in these past 2 months, I started back up with school. Actually, the fall semester started back up. This is actually the first time I've had classes in a year,
Damn.
and boy howdy, do I not have time for shit all. Um, Between that, which nobody actually cares about, and the I have Zach, I have descended into the gotcha mines.
Oh
I
boy.
am now a I am now a full-time gacha player.
Oh shit.
Um,
They've got him.
and my drug of choice, my heroin, my vice is Epic 7. Have you heard of this game, Zach?
No, but that's one of my favorite gamer words combined with one of the best numbers. So I'm already intrigued.
So Epic 7 people may have seen like YouTube ads for. It's the YouTube ad for it is basically it looks like a standard like anime opening, um, and it's like I was excited to play the anime game, and actually it turns out it's actually a pretty decent game outside of being a slot machine.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
So what's the game part like? You know, because I
it's
know I
it's
know what these games are like. You fucking
so
do some stuff to get some points, then you exchange the points for
so
rolls, and then you roll, and you either
so
cry or you are overjoyed. But what's the game
I would
part like?
describe it. I would describe it as like a side-scrolling beat 'em up RPG, turn-based with turn-based combat. So like you go into a stage, and basically you can move to either the left or the right on the stage. And once you hit a group of enemies, you start the battle, which is all turn-based.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then you do that like 3 times per stage, and that's the stage. So that's pretty much the gameplay. Your characters each have 3 abilities. Your first ability is your regular attack, right? That's the one that doesn't have a cooldown. That's what most of your turns are, right? Your second ability is something either with a cooldown or it's a passive ability that modifies something somebody like one of my characters, Batiste, has an ability that 85% of the time when he starts his turn, he'll put a an attack down debuff on one random enemy,
Nice, solid.
and that ties into his third ability. And I refer to the third ability of every character as an ultimate, because that's
Hmm.
basically the function of it.
I thought for a moment
It
you
has a
were going to
longer.
say I refer to every character's third ability as their third impact.
Well, not really. No.
That was a low-hanging fruit. All right, go ahead.
So anyway, Batista's ultimate, it basically, when he attacks somebody with it does heavy damage. First of all, when he attacks somebody with it who already has an attack down debuff, it puts a defense down debuff on them. So
Mm-hmm.
basically, he's all about like taking advantage of like the attack down debuff that his second ability gives. But he can take advantage of like any attack down debuff, even if he didn't inflict it on the enemy. So that's his third ability. That's just an example. Um, but anyway, I could ramble on and on about Epic 7, but I won't. That's not this kind of podcast. There's one more significant thing from my 2 months that I wanted to talk about, and that's that this month I actually started an event of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe you're aware. Um, I told you about my creative writing project, the Department of Anomalies.
Yeah, we had discussed this a little bit on a previous episode.
Yeah. So that I started an event for. You're familiar with Inktober and Arttober and all those other
Yeah, for sure.
things that the artists do
Man,
this
this
month?
year for the first time, there's been a lot of like drama about Inktober. You know, like pretty much every other year, it's sort of just like, hey, this is the month where we do artwork in ink, hooray! This year, it's like, hey,
Well,
did you know that the guy who created the tag Inktober hates you and wants you to stop using it and is a fucker? Like, what's happening? Like
but
now,
yeah,
it's there's extra shit going on I didn't ask for
I
this year.
I just
That's the headline. That's the
I just
headline of 2020. There's a lot of extra shit going on that I didn't ask for and didn't expect.
I just cited that Inktober because like it gives you basically an idea of what I do
Oh
for
yeah,
this
true.
event, which is I am okay. So I'm writing one piece per day for the entire month of October, and those are being written as like temporary anomaly files where like they put them all in this like temporary warehouse before they actually assign them an official number. And so what I'm going to do in November is I'm going to roll through that entire like thing and just rewrite all of them as like the permanent stuff and roll them into the official catalog.
That's pretty cool. So you'll be like bringing into the fold your daily creative writing experiment stuff from when you were just pushing yourself to get
Yeah.
writing out every day. That's neat.
Yeah. So if you wanted to check that out, there's a link for that in my link tree, which I think I'm gonna have to actually add to the description of this episode,
Mm-hmm.
probably. Um, but yeah, that's been my 2 months. I haven't had time to
Gotcha,
watch
hell, and
anime
creative writing. That's solid. Honestly,
and
that's a good way to
school.
spend the
Don't and
hiatus and school.
don't forget the school. The reason
Yeah,
that I
but that's like if I
that
said,
I haven't been able to watch anime.
yeah, that's true. But school is school. It's like work. It's just the background noise of your life, you know? It's always there.
Yeah, pretty much. I haven't had that background noise in like a year though. I've been basically
Silent.
unemployed and I've been living the neat life for a
Man.
year basically.
I did that in 2017. I was super depressed. How's it treating you? Are you doing okay?
I'm fine actually.
Oh, nice.
I'm
That's
more
good.
overwhelmed now that I actually have like stuff consistently every week that I have to do.
Mm-hmm. I really like not doing stuff. It's kind of unhealthy. Like, in comparison to doing things, not doing things is 100% easier. And that's why I like it.
Yeah. So that was my 2 months. Zach, I understand you had 2 months.
Yeah, I did. Fucking between now and August, when we last talked about JoJo, I've sort of just been like, imagine like, man, I really just wish I could just go into hibernation sometimes, you know? Like, as soon as the fucking JoJo chapter comes out, I read it, I'm like, oh, wow, amazing. What happens next? I wish I could just go into like hyper sleep for like 28 days and then wake up and just read the next chapter. Sometimes I feel like that's what my life is. Like those are the little peaks between valleys of sort of just like waiting and going to work and fucking playing video games, kill time. But yeah, I don't have that much to report. Sort of the same as always. I started going to uh like raves and shit, which is kind of weird. Like
That is that is unusual.
yeah.
How are the raves?
Well, raves are sick, honestly, I must say. You go out into the desert because I live in a deserty state, Arizona. You drive off in the middle of nowhere and there's like a bunch of people, like a lot of people, just like all standing in a big group in front of like a little stage, which is like a little like picnic table with some like enormous speakers around it and like a little laptop on it. And it's like people are fucking having like a mosh pit just like in the middle of nowhere. It's really crazy. But yeah, I got invited to that by my friend Derek, and we sort of just like set up shop. Like he brought like a tent, and we were sort of just like sitting out in front of his tent, drinking beers and fucking sitting in camping chairs, watching the people like go crazy all night. It was a pretty fun people watching experience. And then the second one we went to, the cops showed up halfway through, and it got busted, and everybody had to go home. It was pretty scary, because I was on acid, so I was like kind of out of my mind. And
That sounds terrifying.
yeah, it was pretty
Glad
spooky.
you're okay.
Yeah, it was pretty spooky, and I was like almost freaking out. But Derek and his girlfriend Austin, who invited me to go with them because they're like rave people, Austin was like, "Hey, when this happens, nobody gets in trouble. Everybody has to go home. You know, like they shut everything off and send everybody home, but they're not like gonna fucking arrest like 1,000 people." And I was like, "Oh yeah, that does make sense." And I was able to calm down.
I'd imagine not.
And my friend
Not
Jimmy
for-
drove
not
my
for a
car
group
out of there
that
for me.
large.
Because I was still not really in a driving mood. But no, yeah, some crazy stuff happened. Oh, no, yeah, so Jimmy was driving my car out of there, and I was in the passenger seat, and I was like, man, this is a crazy night. I hope we get home okay. And, like, I wasn't really happy with how he was driving my car. Like, he was doing his best, but I would have been more careful had I been in my right mind and good to drive. But anyway, the point is, like 1 week after that, I discovered that my tires were like super crap, and basically I needed 4 new tires. They just all needed replacing. Like they all.
Here we go, gang. It's the discount tire story part 2.
It's just fucking. They had huge rips in them. Like all 4 tires had at least some amount of like rip, and you could see like steel poking out on the sides. So I was like, "Yep, time for new tires." And then I went and got them, and the guy was like, "Man, it's good you came when you did, because this front left one was like about to explode." And I was like, "Whoa, holy shit." Because I've never had like a blowout or anything like that happen on my car. I just fucking drive it. I've never had like a real car emergency like that. So I'm glad I attended to it before it exploded. But that means that retroactively, when Jimmy and I made our great escape from the rave in the Avalon in my car, we were driving on like about to explode tires and didn't even know it. So that like raises the tension of that story retroactively.
So you can tell that this year is taking a toll on my mindset when I'm getting excited over the fact that not that your tires needed to be replaced, but like the fact that we both had a tire-related story on this podcast.
Oh man. Yeah, we're bonding through shared hardship. That is. It's like when you go fucking hiking and you complain all the way, and then you get back and you're like, man, that was really hard, but it was a really good time. Although we did not go through the hardship together. It was separate hardships. So I don't know.
No, it was a separately shared hardship.
Spiritually shared. I feel you. But yeah, fucking. That's pretty much how it's been for me. I've been hanging out with new and interesting people, going to stuff I normally wouldn't, and paying for car repairs.
All right. Good shit.
Yeah.
Well, not good shit.
Well,
That last part.
Some
but,
good shit. Some not so good.
Some good shit. Some good shit.
Also, I had a dream. This didn't happen. This was a dream that I had, but it was really funny. I had a dream that I went to because my friend Derek is moving away soon, so I was saying to him like, "Hey man, we should go to another rave, a third one and final one. You know, not like I'm gonna be a rave person from now on and I'm just gonna go to these all the time, but we should definitely go to one more, such that there is a trilogy of raves, you know." Because he's moving away in like November. And he was like, okay, yeah, sure, maybe we'll keep an eye out for that. I'll let you know if one's happening. And I was like, okay, sick. So recently I had a dream that this happened and we went to the third one and it got busted by the cops again. And as I was like running away, I remember going, why do I keep coming to these things? Like in my dream. It got busted again, and Dream Zach was like, "You're so stupid. Why did you not think this was gonna happen?" But yeah.
That's amazing.
Why do I
like,
keep coming to these?
that's like that's like a Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Yeah, something like that. It has the texture of a bit like that.
There is one more thing I neglected to
Yeah,
mention
sure,
that
man. Go ahead.
that was it's related to my 2 months. If anybody wants to actually see like my progress in Epic 7, I do post pictures on my Discord.
On your dick sword?
So if you join my Dick Sword, yes.
Do you ever call it that just for fun?
No.
I do
I did.
all the time.
Yeah, I do. It's low hanging fruit, but yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Anyway, so if you join my Discord, you can check that out. If you're part of my Discord, well then you already know about that probably. But yeah, that's where the Epic 7 goes on.
And how epic it is. All right. Is there anything else we need to?
It is pretty epic. It is pretty epic. I actually did. I rolled. I managed to pull Landy when she was when her limited summon was up.
Nice. High five.
Those are basically like those are basically like characters like they don't put them in rotation. They just have like a banner for them every so often, where like if you roll on the banner, you get a higher chance of getting them than like normal 5-star heroes.
Mm-hmm.
But after your 120th roll, your next roll on the banner is guaranteed to get them. But because they're limited, once the banner is like is done, they won't be coming back into rotation into like the normal rotation.
I see.
But I got Landy, so
Solid.
That's cool.
All this talk of gacha reminds me of when I used to play Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle. Do you remember that? You remember how John plays that?
Yeah, I know about John playing that. Yeah.
Yeah. I played that for so long. I really thought it was a good game, but it is not. Unfortunate.
Currently, my goal has been I've gotten like 5 or 6 people up to level 50, which is like the cap for 5 stars. I've been working on building up the materials to promote one of those, and I think it's gonna be my Free Spirit Tieria to 6 star, which will give her a cap of level 60.
Mm-hmm. I think
that's really important because everybody in Arena has at least one 6 star, and they're kicking my ass.
Yeah, so you're gonna need 6 stars of your own. Hey, listen, I think all of this gacha talk is actually melting my brain, and I think we should move on to comments or some shit, or JoJo.
We should definitely like stop with the gacha talk on this JoJo podcast.
Maybe.
Unless they come out with a JoJo gacha. In which case, we can talk about that if either of us starts playing it.
Do you remember a few episodes ago on the podcast when the Toru Rock Human chapter came out, and I said, it has been 99 or 100 chapters now. We've been waiting all this time, and finally, here it is. The JoJo Lion. And you were like, that's a tiger. And I was like, fuck!
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
Yep.
That's one of my favorite moments from this podcast. Is I just completely forgot there was even a different word for the one that looks like that. I just saw it and was like, oh, JoJo Lion, I can make funny joke.
Related to that, I kind of expected when I was talking about the Epic 7 stuff for you to ask if the girl in my profile pic was from Epic 7, at which point I would reply to you that that's a boy.
I should have. I was thinking about that. I was going to say, is that this? You were mentioning the name of a character, and I'd be like, is that this young lady in your image? And you would have been like, no.
Well, no, actually, that's not Landy either. That my profile picture is Aether
Mm-hmm.
in his Star of Azera skin, which I am. That's basically my end goal currently, is to get enough skin tickets to buy that for him, because
I
it's
see.
this really beautiful evening gown.
And he would just look so pretty in it, so adorable. All right, fucking
He
JoJo, let's
would.
get out of Gotcha Town. Let's sell our
JoJo
house
comments.
and
Let's
move
talk
out
about.
of Gotcha Town.
Let's talk about Young's comments on Locacacast number 8.
Sick.
All right. So he says his first comment is I like Dog Park's translation better. His dialogue flows better. Check his Twitter chapter breakdown. They seem more accurate too. Zach, have you actually checked out Dog Park's Twitter at all?
Yeah, a little bit, but what I will say is that any translation that is being explained by the person who translated it is going to make sense. You know? Like, they're giving their reasoning. It's going to sound good because it's straight from the horse's mouth. Not like that's a negative thing, but I mean, like, when you have someone picking apart someone else's translation, then it's very like, I don't know what they were doing here. But when you have the opportunity to explain your own, it's like you're doing your own, you write your own ad copy, you know? You're doing your own fucking promotion. Of course your translation is going to seem like the accurate one.
Yeah, I think like you're entitled to like whichever translation you like better. It doesn't really
Definitely.
make that much of a difference. On this podcast, I think we both prefer the Hiwamata scans.
True. Very true for me. I just feel like I understand what Dog Park is going for, and I don't begrudge them that. I feel like they are, they're doing their thing, and there's people who like it more that way. But I feel like they take slightly too much liberty with the dialogue. Like, I see what they're going for, but I actually want it rougher around the edges and less synthesized into English, you know?
I
want a more accurate direct translation.
Whatever you want to get out of JoJolion, you should pick whatever subgroup you think gives that to you more.
Yeah.
So if you want if you want the weirdness of like that's closer to the original dialogue, Hiwamata is probably better for that. But Dog Parks has I guess it's better for readability for like the casual fan, I think.
Right.
Is what
I think it's less of an acquired taste than the real JoJo dialogue, you know? Like it's sort of phrased a little bit more entertainingly and it's a little bit more smooth. It's like it won't offend your palate, you know? However, normal JoJo dialogue, very stilted, very awkward sometimes, but like very funny, very meaningful, very powerful. I like it, but it's not for everyone. I don't know. But I like the stilted, weird dialogue.
Personally, I'm a huge weeb, and I prefer to like have like as close to like the authentic stuff as possible. So if like there's stuff that can't be accurately translated into English without like a translator's note, I prefer like that it just get left as is and then have the translator's note. You know?
I feel you.
That's the style of translation that I prefer.
I read
close to the original.
I read Azumanga Daioh, the omnibus, like the really huge volume. It's like one enormous manga volume, but it has every Azumanga Daioh strip that was ever made. And it's pretty cool. It's a giant book. And it was great. I really loved it. But the thing that I loved the most about it was that it very much, like, instead of doing localization / translation in a way that's like, okay, we got this thing from Japan and we understand it. How do we make you understand it, like, intrinsically without explaining it to you? you know? So they like change some things about it, and they're like, yeah, I think that works. Azumanga Daioh has enough respect for you, the reader, that, or at least like the translation team, that they just are like, right, we got this thing from Japan, we understand it. We're actually just going to give it to you, mostly how we found it, and give you all of our notes on like understanding it and let you put the pieces together. You know, like there's copious, not only translators' notes where like a joke didn't translate well, so they sort of had to rewrite it, but they'll let you know like what it was supposed to be originally and how they tried to rewrite it to capture the spirit of the joke. Or they'll give you like cultural information you wouldn't have gotten a joke without, or you wouldn't have understood the panels. But it's great. Like they give you these huge sections in between the big chapter parts of the book. In between like year 1 spring or whatever and year 1 summer, there will be like a big meaty section of a good couple pages that's just translators' notes and like cultural information. And it's pretty cool because it's like world building but for an actual place, you know? It's real. It's not like made up. Japan has such good world building, Chris.
Yeah, like, yeah. JoJolion doesn't really have like this problem in particular, but like the thing that I hate with translations is when they take something that is like it's commonplace in Japan, but like maybe Western audiences wouldn't understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Like say onigiri, right? That's a food that's
Sure.
common in Japan.
Right.
But like maybe not a lot of Westerners have heard of it. They're basically like rice balls wrapped in seaweed.
Yeah, they're delicious.
And they'll take those and they'll say, "Eat your hamburgers, Apollo."
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with that.
Or Brock will call them jelly-filled donuts.
Yeah, I mean it's not even like they recolored them; they just left them as is. You know what's weird though? In some video games. Alright, so like Kirby 64, the Crystal Shards, right? They changed the rice ball to like an icicle or something like that in the American version. But then, in a cutscene, Kirby is still seen like shoving down like a big piece of cake and then like a big thing of meat on a bone, you know, like cartoon meat, and then he eats a rice ball. So like I knew what rice balls were, because he eats one in the fucking cutscene. Like, why'd you even bother taking it out of the game if you weren't gonna... It just seems like a weird half measure, you know? I wonder if it was like...
I guess like for...
If we show them eating...
I guess like they...
Sorry, go ahead.
I guess like they wanted to make it more... I guess like they wanted to make it more readable in gameplay. Like
that's exactly what I was gonna say, dude.
Western audiences know what an icicle is, right? So like if you say,
or a popsicle, sorry, an icicle is the thing that grows from the gutter of your house and falls and stabs you.
Western audiences know what a popsicle is.
Western audiences know what it's like to be walking on the porch on a cold winter morning and have an icicle snap off and stab you in the shoulder. Icicle Simulator 3D coming to stores this fall. Experience the high tension action of getting pierced by icicles in your own porch.
Okay, so this actually sucks. But I actually have to bring the phone from another room into where I am right now because somebody has taken away the phone from this room.
That's okay. I'll keep doing commercials for Icicle Piercer 3D. No, I won't.
All right, I'm back. What were we talking about?
Well, we were talking about Icicle Piercer 3D. But the point is, we were talking about how in fucking Kirby 64, the Crystal Shards, they let Kirby eat a rice ball in a cutscene, but in the gameplay, they changed it to a fucking popsicle, because they're like, American children are gonna see white and black orb and be like, huh? The fuck? Is that an enemy? I don't know what that's supposed to do. But like, dude, your game just taught me it was food.
I think it's more like they're thinking about the guides, and like you don't want to have to explain to like an 8-year-old child what a rice ball is so that they will
Uh,
understand what it is when they see it.
Dude, it's not gay marriage. It's a rice ball. It's a fucking food. It's rice and
I
seaweed and
know,
maybe a thing
I know,
inside. Do
I
you
know.
remember, Chris, when your
I'm just
parents first
trying.
sat you
Like, I'm
down
just,
and explained rice balls to you? It was a moment
I'm
that
just
changed
trying.
us all
I'm
in
just
our
trying to come up.
childhood.
I'm just trying to come up with an explanation for why they would have done this.
I feel you. We're just riffing. Um,
Forgive me for trying to be rational.
no, dude, I fucking like it. I am right there with you. The rice ball conversation is a deep one. I don't know how I'm gonna handle that with my son when the time comes. But anyways, what was the rest of Young's comment? We started talking about fucking
Oh,
localization and changing the food and stuff.
well, that was his first comment.
It was about dog
We're
park.
on. I think it was. Oh yeah, it was about the dog park translation. Have we exhausted like pretty much this? We went on a tangent about localizations and what we like, what we don't like.
I think so.
Personally, personally, as a giant weeb, and this is like the last thing I'll add on is like
Sure.
I know terms like uh, onisan or like senpai, and I prefer to see those untranslated. You know,
Yeah.
because like I know what those mean. I know what those mean.
Yeah. Don't translate senpai and kohai to senior and junior. I want to see kohai in the subtitles. Don't fuck with me. I know what I'm reading. I know what that means. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah. Okay. So now I think we can move on to the second comment from Young here on
Sick.
Locacacast number 8.
Can we can,
Um,
can we have Young on the podcast? He's like
I
our
don't know.
only listener.
I don't know. We'll have to check with him and see if he's cool with it.
Yeah, I don't know. That'd be kind of
Young,
fun.
if you're listening right now,
Let us know how you were
hit me or
reacting to
Zach up
this in the comments.
on hit me or Zach up on Twitter or in the comments and tell us if you'd like to be on the podcast
Dude, literally, why
sometime.
not? Do you remember when they did that with the Westcast? Or no, because you have never been on the Westcast. You're an enemy of the Westcast. But
I'm an enemy of the Westcast.
yeah, I am too now.
God, am I public enemy number 1?
Yes, you fucking are. You're the man who's never been on a cast. The dude, I don't know if you've noticed this, but the Westcast crew has it out for you. They're trying to get you on a cast at all costs, bro. You're fucking like Jason Bourne, like the whole nation's after you. I can't believe you haven't noticed. Anyway, the point is, the Westcast is a shittier podcast that appears on this same YouTube channel, by other people. And the thing is that they, similarly to us, don't have much viewership. And so the few viewers that they do have, they absolutely cherish. So, man, what was his name?
I remember hearing about this. Like they had like one guy who like
Was it like
who
Grey
cleared all
Balm
the
or something?
he cleared all the checkpoints in like one of the Westcasts.
Right, because we would say
And,
like, hey, if you're still listening to this, post deep sea fishing in the comments. And if you said deep sea fishing, I
like,
knew you got 52 minutes in. So I think he completed them all.
So like they brought him on then, is what you're saying?
Yeah, they had him on for an episode. And I didn't listen to it, but I saw the thumbnail and I saw the title and I just thought it was so funny that it happened. That they like just decided to do an episode about that. And if we were to bring Young on, I would love to ask him, "Hey, so why do you listen to this podcast? What do we bring to the table here, honestly? Like why this and not somebody else's monthly Jojolian discussion cast?"
Why not like X-Forts or
Right. Well, because
I don't know
X-Force
any other
blows
JoJo
dick,
YouTubers.
and I would fucking rather watch anybody else's videos. But why not? You know.
I was prepared to list JoJo YouTubers, but then I realized I can only literally name X-Forts.
Well, you've got X-Forts, Medi not the bad
There's
guy,
no
the
others.
Shuckmeister, and then you've got the good ones like Aeon Star, um, Aeon Star.
It's sad. It's sad that I didn't know any of the good ones.
Yeah, no, but Aeon
I guess there's
Star
us.
is a good
Are
YouTuber.
we the good ones? I don't know if we're the
Yes,
good ones. Are we the
we
good
are the
ones?
good ones because nobody watches us. We're good because we're underground.
Zach, Zach, are we the baddies?
No, probably not. I think if we are the baddies, we are having a good time
Have
of
you
it.
have you have you seen that that sketch?
I am aware of it. Yes, that's a
Uh,
classic. Fucking, what was I gonna say 1 second ago? Oh right, and then there's the good JoJo tubers like Aeon Star. He makes theory videos for Part 8. Like he's a Part 8 YouTuber specifically, which is rare. And then there's Oceaniz. He's really good. He made a bunch of good videos about Part 5 and like Fate and the characters and stuff. So yeah, I would recommend Aeon Star, Oceaniz, and nobody else. Pretty much. Those are the JoJo tubers that I like. Like I watch their videos and I'm like, wow, they had something to say. They really liked this part and they wanted to add like their feelings to the conversation about it. As opposed to X-Forts, Medi, Shuckmeister, I feel like they're just restating stuff. You know? Like you watch a video of theirs and you're like, yeah, that certainly was all the things about that. You don't really get a sense of like, I don't know. It just feels very like
you don't get a sense of like they actually care to
yeah,
absorb the content.
maybe not. I don't know if I would say like they're doing it wrong, but it's sort of like I don't know even if X-Force really likes Part 8 in the same way that I do, you know? Like he sort of does the chapter discussion video and he's like, and this right here, I don't even know what they're talking about. Araki's crazy. And I'm like, dude, that's from fucking like 2 chapters ago. You already forgot about that? So like he and I aren't on the same wavelength. I need somebody who like pays the same amount of attention to JoJolion as me and loves it as much as I do. And that's Aeon Star. I follow him on Twitter. He has a really good fucking really long video about JoJolion, the coronation theory, which is like, hey, all the Higashikatas are kings. Is Josuke going to become a king? What does that mean? And how? And why? It's pretty good.
Josuke's already a king.
I guess so. Just in like a he's a pimp way.
You dropped this king.
Okay,
dropped
yeah.
This king.
Gotcha. And you hand him his hat? Man. But yeah, JoJo YouTubers suck except for those ones.
Now that we've gone on a tangent about which JoJo YouTubers we think are awful and good, let's actually get into Young's second comment finally. He says, in my opinion, Jotaro is the main character of JoJo. He kills the main villain, Dio, for good. He beats Kira, and the OG universe ends with him. And yeah, I can see those as being like good arguments for Jotaro being the main character. But I still honestly think it's like both him and Joseph are strong candidates as like Joseph is the main JoJo for like the first half of the first universe. But then Jotaro is the main character for the second half.
Yeah, even in parts where he doesn't really appear, like in 6, he's still kind of the main character because he lives through Jolene. You know what's interesting? I was just explaining Jolene
he does appear in 6, Zach.
No, I know, but he sort of shows up and then gets sidelined and then comes back at the end, you know? So it's not quite like in 4 where he was a supporting character. He's like a plot device. He's a MacGuffin. You got to get Jotaro back. But the point is, I was explaining part 6 and Jolene's relationship to her dad with to my friend Austin last night. I have 2 friends, Austin. This is male Austin. We were closing the store together. We were working. And I was saying to him, like, Jolene hates Jotaro. And when he shows up in the story to like break her out of prison and save her. Us as the audience, we're like, oh, Jotaro's here, but Jolene is like, fuck you, get out of here, I never needed you, I don't need your help, piss off, you mean nothing to me. And we, the audience, are like, what no, you don't understand, I love Jotaro though, why are you like this? And then it takes a while for like us to understand Jolene, and then it takes a little while longer for her to understand us and to feel about Jotaro the way we do, which is like admiration. But the point is, at the beginning, that whole thing where it's like Jotaro shows up to try and save her and she's like, fuck you, get out of here, I don't need your help. That's like exactly a mirror image of Jotaro in the jail cell at the beginning of part 3. 17-year-old Jotaro being like, fuck you, old man, no one told you to come here to help. Go back to America, you know? That's totally the spitting image of Jotaro in the jail cell.
Just leave me here, haunted by my evil spirit.
Yeah. And Jolene doesn't even have an evil spirit. Jotaro has to break in to give her one.
That brings me stuff. That brings me stuff from like outside the jail, even though it has a range of like 2 meters.
Yeah. But you know what though? I do you want to go in depth on that? I'm pretty sure that a stand can.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I think we've already covered it.
Yeah, effective range is different than its range.
I really don't, Zach. I really don't want to have this conversation again.
Well, listen, I'm equipped for that conversation any day of the week, any time of day. So just come at me. All right, next thing. Do we have any more comments, my friend?
While we're still on this comment,
go ahead.
I was just thinking of something. Have you seen My Hero Academia at all? Or do you know anything about
I haven't seen past season. No, because I read the manga. Yes, I know about it. I'm caught up to chapter like 200, but there's been like 40 something more chapters since I left off.
So the thought that I had was the character All Might. His role is filled by like what he is to Deku is basically what Jotaro is to Josuke and Jolene in their respective parts.
Yeah, I can see that. Although I feel like
So in that way, if Jotaro isn't the most important character, the main character of JoJo, he's at the very least the second most important character of most of the parts.
True. Yeah, I don't know who I would give it to. I feel like... Nah, Jotaro's the main character. He appears in the most parts, and I mean, like all of my arguments for Joseph being the main character. You know, he's like more significant than Jonathan. We see him in the most different stages of his life, and it's also like his tutelage to Jotaro that allows him to even defeat Dio.
Plus, we can solve this question real quick with like by asking another question. Whenever there's a JoJo fighting game, who fights the final boss in the story mode?
Oh, it's Jotaro.
It's Jotaro.
Yeah.
All the time.
But I wish it didn't have
Jotaro
to be that
Dio.
way.
It is always Jotaro versus Dio.
But I wish it didn't have to be that way.
Well, this is just the world we live in, Zach. Like part 3 is the most popular part by far, by a huge margin.
You know, I actually heard that part 5 is like as popular as part 3 in Japan. You know? Like in America, we didn't like part 5.
Part 3 is more popular in the West.
No, true.
We had part 3 was the first part that most Westerners were exposed to. Because they also had that OVA back in the
90s.
Was it like 89?
I think it was like late 80s, early 90s. But either way,
But we
fucking,
had that OVA, and that's so yeah.
isn't it weird and crazy though that like over here in America, our attitude towards JoJo is like, well, like the general, like people sort of know part three. You know, they know Jotaro and Dio, and everything around that is fuzzy. It's like, yeah, some stuff happens before, some stuff happens after, but that's where the guy in the black jacket and hat and the yellow vampire guy walk towards each other, right? I know what that is. That's JoJo. That's like the general, like on the most basic level, that's what the
I mean,
collective understanding of JoJo is.
so what may also like contribute to Part Three's popularity is the fact that so many JoJo memes originate from the final battle in that part.
Yeah.
Like just the final battle,
Mm-hmm.
just the final battle. You know, you've got the road roller da, the fucking the walking towards each other, the Zawarudo,
Yeah.
of course.
Counting down the seconds until time resumes. Fucking Dio smacking that cat and making somebody stab somebody else with a fork in the face in stop time.
This is this is also part of like why
Like there's so much iconic shit.
my
Oh,
opinion on Part
Dio
3
telling the lady who works at that shop, "Bring me my leg," like a flight attendant bringing a first class passenger a glass of wine. So many amazing moments.
my my opinion on Part 3 is like I think it's mediocre, but the final battle is probably better than like
Anything else
most
in the entire
fights
series?
in most parts.
I cannot believe the one way that JoJo has disappointed me as a series, like the one thing that I would really point at, and I'm like, yeah, that's a flaw. We get the best stand fight there will ever be so early into the series, you know? In the first part that has stands. Like already, that's it. That's the best physical, like man to man, two power stands fight.
I don't really know if we can definitively call it the best
I can.
because there have been really good fights.
True, but like think about
After
this.
that.
Has there been a fight with that amount of back and forth? No. Like even other fights they're like pretty
Well-
complex. There's never like okay, I threw a ton of knives at them. They went into his brain. That must have killed him. And Jotaro has magazines underneath his hat. He stops his heart manually. Fucking restarts
It's a more
it.
spectacular. Okay.
I
So
don't
it's a
know
more-
if there's
it's a more
anything with
spectacular
that many steps, that many layers.
It's a more spectacular visual spectacle because it's got more action in it, and Araki's gradually moved away from like
Physical
the,
punching
sort of
and
action.
brawling.
Physical based stand battles,
Right.
you know, in favor of like more you know, shonen protagonists playing 40 chess with each other.
But like
Um,
JoJo
so-
got a reputation. I kept almost saying representation. JoJo got a reputation for having like awesome final boss battles. You know, I think he got that like from 1, 2, and 3, and then you get to 4, and it's like, yeah, that's pretty good, but it already has a different flavor than 1, 2, and 3. You know? That was like a desperate struggle against an unbeatable enemy. And this is too, but in a different way. Like, you can already tell, like, we're not going back. We have a new style of thing, and it's replacing the old style of thing. Like
I'm gonna say like it both have a certain appeal to different people.
there's never a
Yeah.
battle between two power type stands, again, that's that entertaining. You know? There never is one.
Well, no, because like I said, like Araki has changed his style. He wants more of like thinking man's fights, you know,
Mm-hmm.
where where he comes up with creative ways to use the different characters' stands to defeat seemingly unwinnable opponents.
Yeah.
You know, seemingly unbeatable opponents rather.
But you know what though? I kind of forgive him because like he takes the physical fighting and he incorporates it, you know, like in fucking Planet Waves.
Plus,
Planet
plus,
Waves is
I'd
an
argue
amazing
that
example of like a really physical fight, but it's definitely one of the new like cerebral stand focused fights.
plus I'd argue that the physical fighting, the oversaturation of that, was part of what made part three such a drag for me up to the final fight. Because up until that point, the solution to every problem was Jotaro just punch it.
Right. And like
And if that doesn't work, punch it a lot.
but the thing is they always had him try that first and it didn't work, and then they had him try that last and it did. Like it was pretty like what? You just needed to believe in yourself? You just needed to fucking do it hard enough? I don't know. I'm pretty unsatisfied with a lot
So
of fight in part 3.
I think I think the problem with part three is it was that awkward is like the awkward teenage years of JoJo, where it has to simultaneously, where like you can't simultaneously get people on board with like more intellectual fights and with your new like mechanics,
Battle system.
your stand battles, right? You know?
Yeah.
So instead, you just introduce the stands first, but you still have people punching the shit out of each other. And then in part four, you start to make the battles smarter.
True. But earlier when I was saying part 5 in Japan and shit. Oh yeah, because I was saying part JoJo in America. People know it as like yellow man and black hat coat man walk towards each other. That's the anime. And they know some stuff comes before.
Black hat coat man.
Black hat coat man and yellow man fight. They know some stuff comes before and some stuff comes after, but it's vague. They don't really know like how much or who cares. But in Japan, I've been told that like 3 and 5 are popular in that way. You know, like how 3 is here. And to them, it's like if you were to mention JoJo to the layman, instead of getting that response of like, oh yeah, that's where black man and yellow man fight each other, right? You would get like, oh yeah, that's Jotaro and Dio, and then later Giorno and Diavolo. You know? Isn't that crazy to imagine, like, they think of it as like, oh yeah, the fucking Crusaders and the modern Crusaders.
So I think what you have is like you have surface level knowledge, right? Which is, oh yeah, Jotaro and Dio. And then after that, you have your anime onlys.
Oh yeah.
Where they're more knowledgeable about the series, but they only have knowledge up to part 5 at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the casual manga readers, and then you have us, and we're like basically obsessing over
ascended gods
over,
of
like,
JoJo.
old parts.
Yeah, obsessing over
We're obsessing
minutia.
over, like, old parts. Over minutia from old parts that nobody thinks about anymore.
Yeah, no, because it's fun and it's
except
like
except for the surface levels, because that's all they know.
yeah, that's true. The highest level of JoJo fandom.
Right back around.
Yeah, the highest level is indistinguishable from the lowest level. It's like you know Homestuck. In Homestuck, there's a part where Dirk describes the irony death spiral. And basically, it states that, like, the highest level of ironic appreciation is just liking something unironically, you know? And, like, the more deep you go into it, the harder it is to distinguish where, like, the irony is and what is you, like, having a laugh and making a joke, and what is you, like, no, you actually just like that show now. You're not watching it as a meme. You just actually like it. So that's the irony death spiral. Ironically liking something will always result in actually liking it. There's no real difference. You're just telling yourself. But anyway, same thing. The JoJo fandom death spiral. If you get into it hard enough, then suddenly you're like, could Jotaro beat Goku? But now it's cool when you do it.
Yeah.
It's not cringe because you're smart.
I don't think Jotaro could beat Goku. Honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think Jotaro could beat Goku.
I mean, Goku is he's a maniac. He's impossible to stop. Especially, like, what version of Goku are we talking here? Like, modern Goku? He has
Okay,
Ultra Instinct?
Goku, Goku has been the protagonist of his series for going on like what, 30, 40 years now.
Mm-hmm. And also, may I remind
So
you that that's a series where you can blow up the planet and wish it back. JoJo's a bit more grounded.
wait, has it been 50 years?
Um,
When did Dragon Ball start?
I'm gonna find
In
out.
the 70s?
Dragon Ball. 1984.
Oh, okay. Whew.
Yeah.
I was worried there.
The initial manga was serialized in
It's like
Weekly Shonen Jump from 1984 to 1995 with 519 individual chapters. Wow, isn't that crazy? Think about that. All of Dragon Ball, all of Dragon Ball Z is just 500 chapters of manga that came out over 11 years in the 80s and 90s. Like, you could have been reading that in real time. I just never think about it like that. That's weird. Anyway.
Anyway, Dragon Ball and JoJo are very different series. Dragon Ball is a series where the main protagonist never loses, or if he does lose, it's never permanent.
Yeah, if he does lose, it's always like
JoJo is a series.
It's always like a, what's this? What'll our hero do this time? You know, it's never like he loses and he has to deal with losing, you know? It's always a temporary setback on the road to victory.
Or he loses and he dies, and then the crux of the story is how do we get him back?
Right, yeah. Although, you know what? Dragon Ball in its prime did some really fun stuff with that. Like, any moment in Dragon Ball where, like, the characters have to stall waiting for Goku to arrive, so classic. Go ahead.
JoJo is different in that like the protagonist doesn't really there's always a risk that the protagonist will die. Well, not really always a risk because like it's a fake risk depending on how early you are in the part.
Yeah.
But like always like treated as like serious, like okay, this might actually kill him.
Right, and it's because Araki killed Jonathan.
And once he dies, that's it. There's no coming back from this. He's replaced with another protagonist.
Right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like you can't really compare their power levels in that way because Goku is a character who will live forever.
Yeah.
You know?
He never...
My great-grandchildren will read the latest adventures of Goku.
Yeah. And it's because he's a fucking Saiyan and he ages slowly. They'll probably be like, yeah, he's 75 now, but he still just looks like Goku. Anyways, though, fucking, dang, I had something to say to what you just said. Oh, right, well, Goku never gets replaced by the next character for the next part. You know? Like, if Jotaro was the main character of his series for 40 years, and he just kept getting powered up, because you know how there's, like, power creep and stuff, and you need to keep inventing new villains that are, like, more powerful than the last one, and your hero needs to keep growing. If you did that for 40 years...
Jotaro had anti-power creep, actually. When he showed back up in Part 4, his time stop went down from 5 seconds to 2.
Yeah. Because he just was out of practice, I guess? I don't know.
So it's like, you know...
Mm-hmm.
Like if we take Jotaro at his peak and Goku at his peak, well, it's no contest. It goes to Goku because Goku has never reached his peak.
That's true. He's not even there yet.
And never will. It's not that kind of series.
Hey, do you know about the end of GT? Of Dragon Ball GT? Have you heard about it?
I don't know anything about GT.
Man, well, GT basically sucks. But at the end, something very cool happens because they were like, "How do we?"
That was a good exchange. It's like I don't know anything about GT. Well, GT sucks. Okay.
It sucks, but there's something very cool that happens at the end. Goku is like talking to Shenron after they use the Black Star Dragon Balls, and Shenron shows up And he's like, thank you for freeing me from the curse. The Black Star Dragon Balls were brought about by you guys using them too much on wishes. You guys were wishing for selfish shit, like, all the time. Therefore, the Black Star Dragon Balls were brought forth. I will now leave this planet because you guys don't deserve a wish-granting dragon anymore. And Goku's like, okay, well, hey, one more thing on the way out. Could you bring everybody back that died just one last time, for old time's sake? And Shenron's like, sure, fine. And he revives everyone. But he's like, but no more wishes.
Fucking stupid.
And he's gonna leave.
This sounds fucking stupid.
Goku is just like a nice little boy, and he's like, but can you bring everyone back to life one more time, just for old time's sake? And he does it, and he's gonna leave. He's like, but Goku, you must come with me. And it's like, what? Because Shenron always comes out of, like, lightning in the sky. You know, he's not like a physical being. He's not, like, over there. Like, Piccolo killed him one time, so I guess he is a physical being who's over there. But the point is, he's, like, from another dimension or some shit. Like, he comes out of a pocket dimension when the Dragon Balls are activated. So, Goku just says yes. He's like, yeah, sure, I'll go with you. Like, without even really much explanation. And he climbs on top of Shenron's back, and he just flies away. Like, sitting on Shenron's head. Like, imagine this. The magical wish-granting dragon from the whole series that always just shows up metaphysically, floats above you, and speaks like, your wish is granted, and then disappears again. Goku, like, gets on him and rides him away. And the implication is sort of like, hey, your mere strength is inviting, like, bad shit to happen to this planet, you know? Because people want to come here and fight you and fuck shit up. So you actually can't live here anymore on Earth. You gotta leave. You gotta come with me, buddy. And that's pretty cool. Because in Dragon Ball Super, many years later, they were like, okay, GT's not canon. We're going to do something else. And it's like Goku and Vegeta are training with gods. And they're like using like god energy. And it's like a whole other level. But it recontextualizes what happened at the end of GT as Goku ascended to godhood just through like having enough power. Like he just became so powerful that the dragon was like, hey, you're basically one of the gods now, so you can't live here among the mortals. You gotta come with me. And Goku's like, well, okay, I knew this time would come. I knew eventually I wouldn't belong here anymore. And so it's pretty cool. He just gets on Shenron and rides away. And then there's a flash forward, like 100 years, and like everyone we know from the series is dead, except for Pan. And Pan is now like an old grandma, and she's watching Goku Jr. and Vegeta Jr., their great-great-grandchildren, like, fight each other at the World Tournament in, like, the children's division. And she's like, oh, look at those boys go. And then she sees Goku, like, standing on the other side of the ring, like, watching. And she's like, oh! And she, like, tries to go over to him, but he's not there. And so it was, like, an apparition. But she's like, Goku, you are still out there. You're watching over us and shit. And then Goku sort of, like, walks around the World Tournament arena. Like, we cut to his perspective. And he's, like, the same age as when he left, and like he doesn't age anymore, so he must be a god or some sort of ageless being. But he walks around the World Tournament grounds, and he actually like sees scenes from Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z at the World Tournament, and it's really a feeling of like, wow, a lot of important stuff in my life happened here at the World Tournament. This is where I met Tien. This is where I fought Master Roshi that one time when he disguised himself as is that other guy, Jackie Chun? This is where fucking I fought Piccolo. This is where, you know, this is where everything happened. This is where the Buu saga fucking happened and Majin Vegeta showed up and just started killing civilians. But yeah, he just sort of walks around the grounds of the World Tournament and he's like, memories. And then he like jumps up into the sky and flies away. And that's it. That was the end of Dragon Ball. That was the end of the follow-up series to Dragon Ball Z. That was the end of GT. Like, Goku gets too strong. He's not allowed to live on Earth with the humans anymore. We flash forward. We see something kind of sweet. And then he's like, memories. And then that's it. It's a really touching ending to the series.
And then the producers were like, no, more money.
Yeah. And they were like, fine, GT's not canon. We'll do one where he turns his hair blue. And Akira Toriyama cried.
So in conclusion, Jotaro could never and will never beat Goku.
Definitely
Now,
not.
Valentine
Jotaro
with
can't
Love
even
Train, on the
fly!
other hand.
What
Now,
is Jotaro
Valentine
gonna
with
do
Love
against
Train,
a...
on the other hand, maybe. I don't know.
Could Valentine beat Goku? No, yeah, he could. He could just
With
summon
Love
an
Train?
alternate Goku. No, even without.
With
He could
Love
just...
Train?
He could just bring in an alternate Goku and have it stand next to him. So if Goku tried to get close enough to attack, he would just get slurped into himself and disintegrate.
Didn't they? Didn't Goku already? Oh right, can't they can't make contact with yourself from another universe? Oh
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
And Goku wouldn't know that because he's an idiot.
Nope. Hey, by the way, now that we're on the topic of Dragon Ball versus JoJo, and we have been for a while, can I run something by you that I thought was really funny several years ago? I proposed this to my friends. Grudge match. Two characters that I want to see duke it out. Gohan versus Rohan. Who wins? What do you think?
I'm not familiar with the level of Gohan's power, so you'll have to to give me some examples of his feats.
Man, okay, so how do I even do that in a way that makes sense for Dragon Ball? So this is what I'll say. When he was 9 years old, he beat Perfect Cell, and he went Super Saiyan 2, which is something that his dad wasn't able to do until he was like a full-grown person. So he achieved Super Saiyan when he was a child, and he beat Cell, who his dad like gave up against and couldn't do it. So let's just say, for the purpose of this, that he is like as strong or stronger than Goku at a reasonable level. You know, like before Goku became like a fucking god and had Ultra Instinct and shit. He's probably like, I don't know, I would say probably like about Cell Saga or Buu Saga Goku. But anyways, the point is, Rohan versus Gohan. Rohan is going to use Heaven's Door on him and just write, I cannot attack Rohan Kishibe. So, case closed, right? Well, he's going to write down like, Son Gohan cannot...
The problem I have with that is he fast enough to bring the manga into view?
I'm going to go ahead and say he can just draw in the air and send it forward like he does every time that he does it after they meet Raimi.
Yeah, he as soon as it starts, what is Gohan's fighting style? Does he like watch opponents to see what they do first, or does he just go right in?
I think he kind of goes right in. Like he'll stand there in his stance for a moment, and he'll like size you up, and then he'll like an anime character, he'll like and like rocket off towards you, and then it'll show a shot of him where he's like still and zooming forward, but the background is spinning. You know what I mean? One of those shots. Anyway, point is, I think I know how this is gonna go, and I just want your input on like what my simulation is, how accurate it is. So Rohan versus Gohan goes like this. Obviously, the battle opens, and Gohan charges in. He's like, all right, that's my enemy. I'm going to get over there and punch him. You know, he's just taking a straightforward approach. And Rohan's like, perfect. And he brings out Heaven's Door, and he sends it at him. And he hits him. And then Gohan falls on the ground. His face is open like a book, unconscious. And Rohan thinks he's won. He's like, yes, I've done it. My trap worked. You know, all I needed to do was to get him to dash in. Like a fucking fighting game. I needed to get him to dash in, then I could use my super. But anyways, point is, he writes in Gohan's face, Son Gohan cannot attack Rohan Kishibe under any circumstances. Period. Closes it up. And then Gohan, like, wakes up and tries to run over and punch him, and his fist stops short, and he's like, huh? What the fuck? I don't understand what's happening. And then Rohan, obviously, is going to brag and be like, I made it so you can't attack me, motherfucker. And Gohan's going to be like, oh my god, how am I supposed to do this? I'm not going to be able to hit you. I'm not going to be able to hit you. But the Great Saiyaman has no qualms! And he'll pretend he's the Great Saiyaman and then just punch Rohan once and then win the fight. I'm saying that Gohan is such a weirdo that he emotionally considers the Great Saiyaman a separate person from himself. So if you wrote
So
Gohan can't
I'm
do
not
it.
I'm not familiar with Dragon Ball Z at all,
Oh, so
basically.
Gohan is a Super
But
Sentai hero in his
but
free time. Like he uses his
okay. No. But can I finish what I was saying?
sure.
But this sounds similar to like one episode of Yu-Gi-Oh that I saw, and this is like the only episode of Yu-Gi-Oh that I saw.
Okay.
Where are you familiar with Maximilian Pegasus?
Yeah, for sure,
Um,
for sure. The long white hair.
Maximilian Pegasus has like the Millennium Eye, which is like it's a false
Right.
eye that he has that lets him read minds.
Yeah.
Right. So anyway,
And he uses this
what he
to cheat
does,
at Yu-Gi-Oh.
like he tries to use this to beat Yugi, but Yugi has the Millennium Puzzle, which allows him to basically switch his mind to that of the Pharaoh.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Of course.
So what he does is like he plays all of his cards face down, and then switches his mind to the Pharaoh, and then the Pharaoh just plays the face down cards because he doesn't know what they are.
That's awesome.
So is it like that? Is it like that? You know,
Yes.
They're separate people in the same body.
Not necessarily, because Gohan created him. It's not like there's any sort of metaphysical, like... It literally is like if he was Batman, you know? And Rohan wrote in there, like, Bruce Wayne cannot punch me in the face. And then Bruce Wayne was like, And then he went into another room and came back as Batman and punched him. I think he would literally be allowed to do that, because in his mind, that's separate.
So I have to interrupt with like another thing related to Batman, because there's a great panel where like Superman, Wonder Woman, and Batman are telling their secret identities with their hands on the lasso of truth, right? And Superman, of course, says Kal-El, because that's his real name.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder Woman says Diana, that's her real name. Batman says Batman.
What? What?
Let me follow my logic here. Batman is the real persona.
Oh my god.
Bruce Wayne is the disguise.
Oh my god?
Bruce Wayne died in that alley with his parents when he was 8 years old.
And
Since then,
he's just pretending.
He's been Batman.
Wow. That's really cool. I love that, actually. He says Batman. And it's the lasso of truth, so there's no bones about it. Wow, that's awesome, actually. I'm so glad you told me that. That's such a cool character moment. Batman is the real personality. That's who he considers himself. Bruce Wayne is a disguise.
There's a somewhat related story called I think it's Batman R.I.P. It's written by Grant Morrison, where Batman actually gets his memory erased, but he has a backup personality that's just Batman without Bruce Wayne.
Huh.
Like he's conditioned himself to still function as Batman in case he ever like forgets who he is.
Damn. That reminds me of in Rick and Morty, in Morty's Mind Blowers, where they go downstairs and they have all the memories in the tubes, and then they fuck around too much and they accidentally erase all their memories and they don't remember shit anymore. So they start viewing the memories that they like took out and saved in tubes to try and like understand who they were. And then they're freaking out because they can't like change themselves back to normal. And Summer comes downstairs and she's like, "Oh, this again?" And she reaches onto the wall and she breaks a little card. She goes like, and it says like break in case of emergency. And it has like restore codes in there because apparently they've done this like 5 times already and just forgot. That's hilarious to me. That Rick would make that. But anyways, I think
forget
that
what the original like topic was.
Rohan versus Gohan. I think that Gohan is actually enough of a weirdo that he would consider the Great Saiyaman enough of a separate person. And the reason that I say this, because you're not super familiar with Gohan and his like pretending to be a Super Sentai hero. That's what he uses his Saiyan powers for once he's like an adult and there's no more Cell to fight. Like he goes to school. He goes to like high school and college and shit and raises a family, but he goes out in like a costume and fights crime on the side. So he's a Sentai hero. But the point is, the reason that I say that the personalities are disconnected enough for that is because if someone talks to the Great Saiyaman and they ask about Gohan, he'll be like, "Who is that? I know no one by this name. I am the Great Saiyaman." You know, like he fucking really commits to the bit hard. And he never breaks character. So I'm going to go ahead and say that if Rohan were to get the drop on him and write, like, "You can't attack me," he would just be enough of a weirdo. He would have, like, a mental workaround to that. So even if Rohan got the drop on him, I think Gohan wins. I think if Gohan gets the drop on him, he wins. And if Gohan doesn't get the drop and he gets written in, he still has a back door. So I think in that legendary battle of Gohan versus Rohan, Gohan wins. That's my opinion.
Well, I can't confirm or deny having no knowledge of Gohan. But you put up a convincing argument. So
Well, thank you.
I guess I will take your word for it.
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about besides getting into the fucking chapter? Can we give ourselves an award? Can we give ourselves an award for longest amount of time spent on things that aren't the JoJo chapter that came out this month? Because we're like an hour and a half in.
I don't know. We are an hour and a half in, but I'm not sure if we've actually gone longer than this without talking about the chapter before.
I mean, I feel like
we'd have to review the tapes.
Definitely. All right. Well, is there anything else you wanted to get into before the chapter?
But tell you what.
What?
If any viewers know and confirm,
oh boy,
and can confirm whether we've actually gone longer than this, or if
this
this is
most amount of time
record
spent on frivolities, or if it is merely second or third place or some shit.
Leave us a comment, and we will celebrate appropriately next time if there is indeed cause for celebration.
I really like how Yasuo looks on this chapter cover.
We're just going right into it, huh? All right.
I think so. Because while you were saying that, I pulled it up, and now I'm just looking at the image of Yasuo here with no arm. Dude, how many months did she not have that arm?
Let's see. Didn't she start getting attacked in 98, I think?
Hang on. No, she started getting attacked in 93. That's when Jobin dropped her in the toilet.
93.
Yeah. Jobin.
93.
The last page of 93.
Is that when she fell off the wall?
The last page of 93, Jobin drops her in the toilet. So she's been suffering since then, but then she falls off the wall in 94 and loses her arm. Very next chapter. So 93, she goes in the toilet. 94, she loses her arm. Fucking.
So that's what, 8 months?
Yeah, so we've got... Or no, because we had hiatus in there as well.
No. I was counting the hiatus as part of the 8.
Oh, for sure. Okay, so we got 93, 94... Alright, I don't know how many months. I'm just going to count the chapters. So Yasuo's been suffering for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 chapters in a row now. Finally, she's fucking gotten a break. But Yasuo's been suffering hard. This has been a rough arc for her. But, like, yeah. How did you feel about everything that happened? Do you want to go through this page by page, or do you just want to fucking jump to the significant developments, or what?
I don't have the significant developments on the docket right now, so I think we should just do this page by page.
Sure. So, on the first page, we have this big Toru eating the fucking bug scene, which is gross.
It reminds him of his childhood.
But yeah, it fucking...
Eating those bees.
Gotta eat those bees. Gotta get those vitamins and minerals. Here we go. But yeah,
especially the minerals, because he's a rock man.
Ah, true. But they sting him on the hand, and it turns some of his hand to rock. What do you think is the... Does that mean anything? Who cares? I mean, like, is that going to be relevant? That part of his hand is rock now? Or is that, like, nothing to him because he's already a rock human? It doesn't even matter. What I'm asking is...
I think it's like, who cares?
In Animorphs...
Okay, so...
In Animorphs...
So when
In Animorphs, you can morph from human into animal. Did you read Animorphs? Doesn't matter. And you can heal your injuries using the morphing process. Because you are basically, like, assuming a saved copy of your human form, or a saved copy of an animal form. And the copy was taken when they were at full health. They weren't injured. What I'm asking is, can rock humans heal themselves by shifting into rock and back? Like, if all that happens to you from getting injured is you turn into rock, and you already can do that at will, can you just then rock up and unrock and then be injury free? Do the rock humans have a healing ability in this way? That's what I'm getting at here.
I think it's more like a bee sting. Like that's what a bee sting looks like for him.
Yeah, could be.
You know? On humans, it leaves like an ugly red welt, but on him, he just turns to rock.
But how is that even a bad thing? He already can just turn to rock whenever he wants. If he turns to rock, will those rocks be, like, there when he turns back? Are those, like, not good rocks that you can't convert? I just have many questions. But anyways, let's move on from that. Mamazuku is dying. Mamazuku has a huge hole in his chest here.
So I have to ask,
Uh-huh.
on this page where we see Mamazuku with a hole in his chest, whose voice did you read this dialogue in? Did you read it in the voice of the head doctor, or did you read it in the voice of Toru?
Where it says, what? It passed through his suit?
Yep.
I read that in Josuke's voice. Because in the next one, it's the same, like, crazy bubbles. It says, this is crazy, Mamazuku-san. Although, actually, no, it looks more like the pointy bubble that... Oh, no! Okay, so that... Okay. Shut up, Zach. What do you think, Chris? Where do you lie on this? Because I'm now confusing myself.
So when I read it initially, I read it in the voice of the head doctor, because I saw the head doctor, his face giant in the corner of the page, right, and the bubble is like right over his face, right. So I read it in the head doctor's voice, but then in this next page, that kind of adds a little ambiguity to it, because now it's Toru's face. The same style of bubbles are over.
Right. But who is saying... Okay, obviously this is crazy, Mamazuku-san is Josuke. I don't know who to attribute either of these to. So there are soap bubbles that can't be seen. Is that what Mamazuku was just saying? Is Toru thinking that?
Then again, the bubbles on this first page have sort of like a sun look to them, which reminds me of the head doctor's old eye design.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably, and also you can still see that design on the head doctor's suit in the next page, where he's outside the wall.
Yeah, where he's poking out of the wall. Yeah, you can see that little sun emblem on him. But
I think it's meant to be. I think it's meant to be ambiguous. It's possible that, like, I'm gonna say that, like, I read this first page in the head doctor's voice, and then this next page, I started to read in the head doctor's voice, and then I saw Toru, and then stopped, and then went back and read it in Toru's voice.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, so I should correct something that I thought from a while ago. Do you remember when I was saying I wasn't sure that the bubbles did that hole in Mamazuku. I was like, oh, I thought he was just ripping himself open. That was kind of stupid in hindsight, but I mean, he is a ribbon person, and he was talking about the spin, so I thought like he meant something by it. But no, yeah, that giant hole in him was definitely caused by Josuke's bubble. But the thing that they're highlighting here when they say it passed through his suit, if you go back to the previous chapter, you'll see that like he fell to the ground and his shirt was like intact. Like there was no entry or exit wound for the soap bubble, you know? It was just like that. So there must be some element, there must be some, like Josuke has the skill to make the soap bubble pass through certain things and only hit other certain things.
So it reminds me
because like it's not just a weirdness, they're
okay, hold on,
highlighting it.
Hold on. It reminds me of both Haman, you know, where like passing the energy through the frog,
Mm-hmm.
And also the spin. If you remember, when Johnny uses the spin on Valentine, it moves like portions of it spins portions of his body and it goes through his whole body, right?
Right.
So it's like the same thing where, and also he had an ability where he could move the holes created by his spin
Mm-hmm.
to a different location. I think it was I think that was Act 2 or Act 3.
Yeah, something like that. Act 1, he can fire his nail bullets.
I think it was Act 2.
Act
All right.
2, he can either move the holes or the nail bullets become more powerful and regrow faster. One of those is 2 and one of those is 3.
Okay, well, I think it's 3 then. I think 3 is moving the holes. Anyway, so I think it's like that, right? I think he's used the spin unconsciously to move one of the bullets through, or one of the bubbles rather, through the suit,
through the shirt layer. But why? Unconsciously, I guess, is the answer.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. But they are pointing out that his bubbles can pass through certain things and do damage to certain other things. Oh my god, it's because it's not a bubble, it's a spinning line. You know? That's probably why it's able to pass through things.
That's true.
Because it's not actually a ball, it's just
a line only has... Okay, so his bubbles are 3-dimensional objects created by the spinning motion of a 1-dimensional object.
Yeah, that's true. And a 1-dimensional object, like string, could pass through anything, I guess. Like, if it were to, for like a split second of reality, like, take the part on the bottom that's spinning and, like, uncouple it and just, like, sneak it in through, like, a piece of... or through, like, stitching, whatever. Like, through the cross mesh. Through a hole in the shirt, goddammit. And he could fucking easily just, like, shloop on in there. But, I don't know. That's just crazy. Josuke seems to be gaining a lot of powers in rapid succession. Hey, have you noticed that Toru's hat now looks like a bowler hat? Or Toru's hair? Like, you notice how before it used to be sort of like there's one big swirl on it? Now, it's like low in the middle and it has 2 big swirls, one on either side. Like a bowler hat that curves up at both sides.
I'm not sure if it gained another swirl. I think it's more that we haven't seen him from like the frontal angle before.
I think it is that, but also Araki has mostly been drawing him with just the one swirl. I think we A, haven't had opportunity to, and B, Araki just feels like drawing him with both visible. You know? But next page, this is crazy, Mamazuku-san, soap bubbles can't be seen, da-da-da-da-da. What is this? Then is this some ability of Josuke's that he himself is not aware of? That's pretty cool.
So Araki likes to basically mix and match these shots of Toru and the head doctor with these thought bubbles, making it entirely impossible to know who's actually having what thoughts.
Right. But I think it's meant to imply that there is no distinction. You know? They're not talking to each other. The head doctor isn't telling him what's happening. He's seeing through its eyes. So it's definitely his stand. I mean, I feel like we can actually cross that completely off of the list of shoes yet to drop text. Nature of Toru and HD's relationship. It's stand user, man. I mean, there's nothing, no mystery anymore. That's his stand.
I mean, we still don't know if the head doctor is actually a person beyond being a stand.
Right. I'm going to leave the true form of the head doctor. I'm going to leave that item there, not labeled as solved. But I'm going to label nature of Toru and the head doctor's relationship solved, because we pretty much know that. Also, something else that got solved in this chapter, a shoe that finally dropped. We know what the new Locacacast does now. We know how it works. That's awesome.
Let's get to that when we get to that. Okay, let's keep paging through.
Exactly.
Do we have anything else to talk about on this? You see, the way Toru is squatting here is just so menacing.
Yeah. He's not even like he's not even Slav squatting. It doesn't even look comfortable. He just looks aggressive. But yeah, I do have something else I want to say about this page.
There's also something very similar to like the way he looks in this this particular panel to the head doctor, actually. You know, like I can't exactly remember where, but I think this posture was used by the head doctor at some point.
I feel like
in an earlier chapter.
I feel like you're remembering when they first went to the hospital and they were following him around and sort of innocently bumping into things, and he was sort of like sitting down on a bench and he had his hands on the cane in front of him, like Toru has his hand on the knee. I feel like that's one of the early head doctor appearances. He was sitting like that or something. But anyway, the main thing I want to point out about this page is that I don't believe for a fucking second that Jobin is dead. I see that line from Joshu, and I'm like, cool lie, Araki. Stop lying to me, though. I don't believe you for a second.
I mean, at the words. Okay, hold on. Let me compose myself and try again. Hold on,
okay.
Give me a second.
Go ahead. You can have all the time you need.
On the one hand, I don't believe we're done with Jobin's character.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean...
On the other, I think he still has more to contribute to the story.
Whatever you're about to say, on the other hand, that first hand is stronger for me.
On the other hand, we have his backstory drop. We've had him fight the main character. We've had him have his villain fight a couple of times, actually. You know? But on the other hand, this is not like a climactic way for him to go out. He wasn't taken out in a fight.
No, he just got ganked. But here's the thing. I agree with those things that you're saying, but I feel like those are actually just more reasons that he should be alive and not dead. He fought the protagonist early on, but not in a physical way. He fought him by proxy. You know, they did the beetle battle. And I think the reason for that, like, subtextually...
Make no mistake, I fully still believe that he will have one more fight with Josuke. Awesome. And it'll be an actual fight this time.
Yeah, because the reason they do the beetle battle, it seems, is it implies they're going to fight later for real, and this will be, like, a cute, low-stakes one in retrospect, you know?
But of all the red herrings, all the, like, the death, the potential fake deaths that Araki's throwing up this part, this one seems more believable than the prior ones.
Well,
Norisuke aside, Norisuke is dead.
I was
Okay,
gonna
he's done.
say that.
He's out of there.
Yeah.
Okay,
But hey,
there's
here's
no
the
chance.
fucking Joshu's an idiot. Listen to this. So, well, first of all, I wanted to finish what I was saying about Jobin. They've given Jobin all of these wonderful moments, like he fights the protagonist early on in a proxy battle, and he's like really threatening and menacing in that. We never get to see him like go full force. It's all like implications of villainy. And then we have like his backstory, and then we have like his relationship with his mom, and then he gets a villain fight. He gets a couple. These are all things that are building him up and making him a more interesting villain. You know, a more rich character that has more like put into them. They have a lot of history. And I feel like that makes a good final boss. But sorry, I lost my train of thought for a moment there. The point is, they wouldn't put all this work into like developing Jobin and giving us the impression that there's gonna be an awesome fight with him later, and then not do it. You know, that would be such a waste of his character. Reasons to believe he's dead. Well, he lost a lot of blood.
Araki doesn't really kill characters for shock value anymore.
No, he doesn't waste them.
Not when he invests so much in them.
Right.
You know? If it's like a random extra, yeah, sure. But like not anybody who's been named, has had significant screen time, nothing like that.
Uh-huh. Fucking. Sorry, lost my train of thought again.
You were talking about reasons to believe he's dead.
Right, reasons to believe Jobin is dead. 1, he lost a lot of blood. That looks pretty bad. 2, his karmic retribution value is probably very, very high. You know, he's like a bad person. He just killed his dad. He kills people a lot. He's involved in the drug trade, you know, the smuggling of the Locacacast, or he was. All this stuff. He is not a morally upstanding figure, and so whatever calamity happens to him was obviously going to be like hugely devastating, just like it was to the murderer guy that Mamazuku tricked into getting calamity. But I think those are the big reasons that you could cite for him definitely being dead. He took a real beating. That was a real serious looking injury. And the head doctor's ability is gonna make him really hurt himself. Like the guy who knifed himself in the throat. Because his karma value is so high.
Going off of what you said there, I believe that Jobin, no, not Jobin, fucking what's his name? Joshu may have actually inadvertently saved Jobin here by coming out here and bringing the fruit out here. Because now Toru's attention is outside, not with Jobin inside.
But also, he brought the fucking fruit right to him. It's way closer to Toru now. I mean, that better be unconsciously a winning move. Otherwise, you've just screwed us all. You just gave it right to him. That better be somehow a winning move for us.
I want this fight to end with Toru like retreating, badly injured, and then he runs into a badly injured Jobin, who just smokes his ass in a second.
That would be great, actually. That would be crazy. But like, oh man, so. Alright, so I think we've covered like the Jobin being dead or not thing. He's not dead. Cool lie, Araki. I don't believe you. But the point that I was saying with Joshu is an idiot. Why? Why the fuck does Joshu think that he can heal his dad with the fruit? Why? Like,
I think he's in shock. You know, I think he's in denial that
But he just
Norisuke is
proclaimed.
actually dead.
He's just proclaimed for sure that Jobin is dead. Which, I guess that's fine. That makes sense. He kind of hates Jobin right now. He just killed his dad. But he is crying about it also, so not that much. But the point is, he's like, this should heal you, Yasuo, and it should heal my dad, too. We can go get him next. It's like, your dad has been dead way longer than Jobin. He already put him in a body bag and dragged him to another room. This isn't like something that happened like 30 seconds ago.
Hold on. Did that already happen? I'm not sure if that.
Yes, Jobin brought out a
talking...
body bag right after he killed him.
Okay, yeah. They moved him to the study, right?
Uh-huh.
This is before Tsurugi comes and brings him down from the study.
Yeah, yes. Although, what is going to happen when Tsurugi does that? Because, he's... Daya or somebody is like, Tsurugi, can you go get Dad from upstairs? Is Tsurugi taking that literally?
I've pretty much given up on trying to
decipher the flash
forward.
Well,
I think it'll happen when it happens, right? And when it happens, we'll be like, oh shit.
There it is. Huh. I can't believe we got here so soon. Yeah. But let me ask you this. We can at least place bets on, when generally it's going to happen. And here's what I think. I'm pretty sure the flash forward is not the epilogue of the story, but merely after all of this head doctor shit, before the final battle, I'm pretty sure that is going to lead us into whatever we're doing next. It's not like that's a flash forward to the end of the story. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that might be a linking bit between, I don't know, maybe some Kato material at the end there. But honestly, I don't even know if I'm holding out hope for her to come back and be the main villain. At this point, I really just want her to show up and be a supporting player in Jobin's main villain turn.
I'm actually beginning to wonder if we'll make it 120 chapters.
Really? You think this shit's gonna get wrapped up in 19 chaps?
I don't I think definitely the fucking head doctor and Toru stuff might, but I don't know if it'll take 120 chapters to finish this manga.
Crazy. I think definitely we're gonna pass 120. I don't know how you could wrap everything up because you've gotta. Well, I mean you don't gotta, but
all the pieces are currently in place, right?
Not quite. Flashback Man, bite marks, Kato, Norisuke knows Kira. What's the origin of the Higashikata rock curse?
I don't think we're going to get answers to all of that.
All right, well, we need answers to some of them.
I'm going to be 100% real with you. I don't think we'll be seeing answers to most of that.
Flashback Man, bite marks, Kato, and the origin of the Higashikata rock curse. Well, we need that one. The story is literally incomplete without that. Because they've already talked about, a curse is a sin handed down from an ancestor.
Okay, I think we might get an epilogue that explains the origin of the curse. Similar to Sleeping Slaves
Or
style.
Similar to the Johnny Joestar flashback.
Whichever. I think that will come at the end of the story, like Sleeping Slaves. So I think the main story will be wrapped up within 120 chapters.
I mean, I think that I see what you're saying here, but I think that like we're not quite at that stage with it yet. Like if this was a race course, you're already like getting ready to slow down for the finish line. But I'm like, bro, that's not the finish line up ahead. There's like at least a couple more curves. You know? Like around the bend where we can't see anymore, it's not the finish. It's like at least a couple more bends.
I don't know. Maybe I'm getting fooled because this seems very final. This battle right here seems like all of the major players are here, you know?
Except one. The mom of the family, Kato Higashikata. I mean, there's no reason they would introduce her and then have her go unused for the rest of the part. Kyo Nijimura,
Okay.
it's fine if she goes unused. I would be sad, but it's fine. Like, she was a character, she was created, she served her
Okay.
purpose and advanced the narrative. It's fine. Kato was created,
Okay.
didn't do
If,
much of anything. We're still waiting
if,
for her.
if Kato shows up next chapter, then we'll have all the major players.
Yes, we will. But
And
I feel
think we
like
can
this
still wrap this shit
this
in less than 120.
this head doctor shit. You know what? I'm actually going to take back what I said about the flash forward earlier. The flash forward is going to be after everything. It's not going to be like in between this arc and the next arc, because I think this arc and the next arc are going to run right into each other. I think that this head doctor shit is going to wrap up, and at the same time, like in the same stroke of the pen, Araki will have Kato appear. And it'll be like, oh shit, we just solved our problem. We just beat our big villain, but we weren't even paying attention to what the real long game is. You know? I feel like this is going to bump right into the next thing. Like, we're not going to have any time in between. There won't be any downtime, you know? It'll just feel like the third act of a movie where it's like, go, go, go. Things just keep happening and our characters just got to keep moving.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I feel like we're definitely in the third act of the story now. But hey, are we, okay, I think you might be right
There's
about,
just a sort of theatricality to this fight and like a grand scale that isn't usually present in most fights unless they're the final battle of a part. You know what I'm saying?
right, you are. And that makes total sense, and I completely agree with you. Most fights don't get this kind of, like, detail and having so many players and having, them learn the rules, like, all together. Except for one. Silver Chariot Requiem, which is what I always compare this to. This is a group.
Okay.
This is a group fight.
That's all right. All right. I'm going to retract my 120 chapter prediction because you're absolutely right there. This, like, it's so like difficult to gauge where we are in the story.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I mean, like, this is Silver Chariot Requiem not just in the way that, like, the battle is structured, but also in that, like, we were on a direct path forward and we're being waylaid. You know, like, everyone's bodies are switched.
I think
the arrow keeps getting,
we've-
like, fumbled, and the stand has it.
I think we've just had so much time with the head doctor and like the new Rokakaka that it's basically become like the main focus of the story,
Right.
to the point where this feels like, since it's the end of that, it should be the end of JoJo Leon.
Mm-hmm. But I think we need to zoom out a little bit more and look at, like, the stuff that was set up in this story before the head doctor came in and be like, hey, even though this is Araki and he plays it fast and loose, some of this stuff should still be getting answered, like, logically. Like, I can probably emotionally accept that we won't get an answer to Flashback Man or Bite Marks, but I'm not going to be okay with not getting an answer for either.
I feel strongly that the Flashback Man may have been like the guy who saved Josuke 4 looking like Josuke 4 as like that kind of plot line. You know, I think that may be something that Araki was considering using but dropped.
Yeah, but I don't even know that that is even a thing. Like, everything that people say about that guy, where he's supposed to be Josuke, is bullshit. People are like, oh, his uniform and his buttons are the exact same. First of all, it's a school uniform. And second of all, his pins are not the same. That kid is a fucking third year. Josuke is a freshman. And Josuke has like all sort of customized pins and shit. Anyway, the point is of that story that it was just like some like delinquent kid from a high school who just got in like a street fight in the cold like winter night, comes across like a mother and her child stopped in the snow, and he has
That's
enough kindness in
fine.
his heart to like stop and help them, even though he's just some delinquent, you know.
That's fine. I think
That was
what's
made a
going to
big enough
happen.
impression on Josuke that he remembered it.
I think what's going to happen is probably Flashback Man. When we finally get the anime in 85 years, is going to be like
Cut completely.
like they're going to change. No, they're going to change the design to like the actual design that they use for whatever character it was supposed to be. Like they're going to ask Araki, who will inexplicably still be alive 85 years in the future, hey, who's this supposed to be? And he's going to be like, oh, that's Damo Tamaki or whatever.
Yeah.
Um, and they'll change the design, you know, and then that'll be the end of it.
Yeah, I guess. But I still do wish there was something actually like worth finding out about there, you know? I hate it when a story sets up a mystery with no answer. And also like I can't even accept that as like a dropped plot point, because like what was the point then? You know, like with that Josuke thing, you could say like, oh, he was setting up to do something with it and then changed his mind. But with this, it's like, what'd you even introduce it for? Like, what was it even supposed to be? It's not like it's a piece of the story that people disagree on the purpose of. It's a piece of the story that does nothing. And I don't understand why it's there.
Okay, I think we can reconcile this in 2 ways. The first is the problem of if that's supposed to be Damo Tamaki, then why does he not recognize him later when he actually meets him in person?
Right.
Um,
He should have been
and I
like, the
think,
man from my flashback!
yeah. Okay, so I think it's not Damo Tamaki. I think it's probably more likely to be Norisuke, because we know Norisuke knows Kira, right?
Yeah, but we never
So we
fucking
get
see
one.
that.
We get one more flashback with Kira and Norisuke that explains the connection between Kira and Norisuke,
Please.
and then we're done with Flashback Man.
Well, yeah, I guess
We're
so.
done with Flashback Man.
But I mean, like, are they gonna just then redesign Flashback Man when he appears in the anime to just be Norisuke? Or are they going to say
I
that
guess that's.
Norisuke used to look like that?
Well, we've seen what Norisuke used to look like.
Yeah, and he
back
kind of
in,
looks like Flashback Man. A little.
Yeah.
Actually, young Norisuke is hot. He's a hot dad.
He's a DILF, if you would.
And I would. You know it. Alright. Anyways. Yeah, Flashback Man. No new information. Norisuke knows
Anyway,
Kira.
back to the chapter.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the chapter.
So, Joshu's a fucking idiot because he considers Jobin dead for sure, but his dad, who died like a half an hour ago, is totally savable, you guys. Anyway, next thing, Jobin starts punching himself in the face a bunch. Yasuo's explaining what's up.
Giving himself the aura.
Yeah, I've never Never seen anything like it. He's giving them to himself. He's doing a stand rush on his own fucking self.
I mean, hold on. Didn't Star Platinum like attack Jotaro when they were all in the dream created by Death 13 or something?
I do not remember. I remember Star Platinum smacks himself in the face with a frying pan.
Yeah, I remember that. That was funny.
What up? Well, hey, listen. What is it with JoJolion and them making a big deal out of, like, people not listening to Yasuo? You know? Yasuo's always getting stepped on in this story. Like, at the very beginning, when she, like, introduces the Josuke to the Higashikatas, and then Kyo is like, go fuck yourself, never return to this house. And then later, the hair clip of the King Dynasty.
I remember when Kyo was like, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, because we talked about that on the damn podcast. If we hadn't, you may not have remembered it because it was so long ago. But
do you remember? I remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Have you ever seen that JonTron video where he goes over, he talks about that game Dino City, and it was made by a company called IREM, and it's IREM is their logo, and he's like, oh yeah, my favorite games company, IREM, as in, I remember them. Oh wait, no I don't. And then later in the episode,
I haven't seen that, but that sounds funny.
Later in the episode, he gets an extra life while his lives counter is at 9, and it stays at 9. And he's like, 9? What the fuck is this? And he plays the clip of Hitler hitting the desk, 99999. And he's like, they were able to program all of this, but they couldn't count past this. Yeah, I remember why no one remembers IREM. And it does the logo. It says, I remember why no one remembers IREM. But yeah, I don't even remember why I brought that up now. I don't remember.
Because we were talking about Kyo.
Oh yeah, Pepperidge Farm remembers. Next time you say something like that, do you remember? I'm going to be like, I remember. IREM. It's an abbreviation now. Always was. But hey, no one in this story listens to Yasuo. That's the point. I got on a JonTron tangent, but no one in this story ever listens to her. Like, check this out. All the way back in the hair clip of the King Dynasty, where she was, like, depressed and trying to kill herself and shit, and then fucking, like, no one would help her out, and, like, her dad won't listen to her. No one listens to Yasuo. All the way up to and including when they're at the fucking hospital. And Wu Tomoki attacked Mitsuba and me in order to find the branch. They don't have it. And then Mamazuku and Josuke are like, don't do anything. Wait for us. And she's like, you're wrong. The branch is on the Higashikata estate. Da-da-da-da-da. It's on the estate. Josuke, back me up here. And he doesn't say anything. It's just ... Yeah, they're gaslighting Yasuo. They're really making her feel like she's going crazy and she doesn't know what she's talking about. It's very sad to see.
I think Josuke is still confused, thinking about boats and shit.
He's thinking about boats. But yeah, the point is, everyone's telling Yasuo like, "Shut up, you don't know anything," and they're not listening to her. And that is a theme in the story all the way up until the present fucking day.
It's so weird that she has the stand that like has like all the information that the characters could ever need at its fingertips, and then nobody takes advantage of this information.
Yeah, I know. Nobody pays attention to Yasuo. Like, and now we see this pattern repeating once again. She's like, an enemy is here, there's a stand attack, the new Locacacast is the objective, he's trying to take that. Find Josuke, let him know what's happening, we need to get him here, get him on the team. And Joshu is like, what? Josuke? Fuck that guy, we don't need him, I'll protect you. And she's like, oh my god, Would somebody just do what I asked once for one time, please? But no, nobody listens to Yasuo. But yeah, how do you feel about Jobin getting his little hero moment, his turn as a cool character, and then it's completely wasted because he's being a creep weirdo during it?
Are you referring to when
Yeah, when he
Joshu
mounts
uses
Yasuo.
Mamazuku stand?
He uses Mamazuku's stand doggy style. Oh man, I didn't even think of that. But no, yes he does. That's exactly what I'm referring to. I mean, it's cool that he got to be a hero and save Yasuo, but it was in a very ungentlemanly way.
Technically, Yasuo saved Yasuo. Because Yasuo was the one who reached out, took the fruit, and she ate the fruit.
That's true. But this actually puts to an end my long-standing theory that when Josuke and Yasuo met again, they would be both Rocky. You know? Because they haven't seen each other in a while since they got separated at the hospital after the head doctor shit and Josuke got arrested. But they haven't seen each other since like the 80s chapters. The chapters in the 80s. And so what if they were to meet up again, like in the 100s? Josuke has some rock on his face, and then Yasuo has some rock as well. And they're both like... they're both like surprised and like, oh no, what happened to you? But then they're like, oh, well, you know, that's how it goes. Same here. And they sort of bond over both having to have drank the juice and become a little bit rocky. I thought that would be like kind of romantic. But no, it's not going to happen then, because she already got her arm back and she's not rocky at all. But you know, like the scene from...
I've seen speculation from people in the comments of the chapter on Mangadex that maybe Joshu might like use Nut King Cole to steal Toru's arm.
Yeah, I said that on Twitter to somebody.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Joshu will actually even participate in the fight against Toru right now.
Oh, he definitely will. And here's my reasoning.
Although I think he would have to. He's the only one with a power type stand that's in the vicinity.
Yeah, true. He's the only one. I mean,
Jobin's out of commission.
Yeah.
We haven't seen hide nor hair of fucking
Kyo, Jinx,
or Kato.
Yeah. But I think he definitely will participate in this fight. 2 reasons. Number 1, it's really cool of Araki to move the he basically moved the arm loss status effect from one character to another. And
it's a fucking status effect.
Yeah, like poison
arm
or
loss.
Asleep, arm loss. Also, it amuses me to no end that the abbreviation for poison in Pokemon is PSN. Because always when I get poisoned, I'm like, oh no, my Pokemon is infected with the PlayStation Network. Anyway. The point is...
Well, there's also, like, in Dark Souls, they abbreviate standard bombs as STD bombs.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. STD bombs. So... what was I saying a second ago? Right, so Araki moved the arm loss status effect to a character whose power is unscrewing body parts, you know? Like, that's really cool. At first I thought, like, oh, so now Joshu just has a missing arm. That sucks. And then immediately I was like, oh my god, wait, but he unscrewed that dude's hand with Nut King Call the one time that he's ever fucking used it. This means he can probably unscrew someone else's arm and get himself a fresh one. So that's so cool that they moved the status effect there to somebody whose stand can counteract it.
So what I'm actually looking forward to is I'm actually looking forward to seeing Nut King Cole with only one arm.
Yeah.
Because stands with battle damage is one of the coolest things in JoJo.
Yeah, it happens
Like
sort
you
of
see them with the
infrequently.
damage inflicted to their user.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's gonna be cool as shit, especially because King Cole has like sort of like round bulbous shoulders and then just like a thin noodle of an arm hanging down. So that'll be interesting. He'll just be one-armed NKC. But dude, so I really would love to see Jobin use Nut King Call in this fight on Toru and fucking unscrew his arm and then just bolt it onto his own right shoulder. That would be so cool. But more than it being cool, I think it has to happen because in the flash forward, Joshu is using Nut King Call to detach his tongue and prank his sister. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we have ever seen him use Nut King Call to detach his own body parts and use them remotely before. Like he used it in Shakedown Road to save his own ass, and then we saw him use it in Milagro Man.
We've seen him use Nut King Cole to detach somebody else's hand and put it on backwards.
Mm-hmm. But has he ever used it on himself?
Not certain, and certainly not to like use those body parts remotely.
Mm-hmm. But we see him
you know
doing
what?
this in the
You know
flash
what?
forward.
You know what? You know what?
What?
That reminds me of, hey, what is King Nothing's ability?
Tracking.
Okay, but what else can it do? What can you do once you've broken your body down into pieces?
Put it back together? I don't know. What are you getting at?
Think back to the Yotsuyu Yagiyama fight, like right before that, or like maybe it was during it. I don't. And they were in the yard with the hatch that was closed from the inside.
Oh, he just went around to the other side and did the puzzle pieces and had it open the thing?
Norisuke broke down his body using King Nothing and undid the hatch from the other side.
Wait,
So
he broke down
like
his body? I thought he just had King Nothing do it with a puzzle piece hand.
I thought he broke down like his hand or something.
Well, he's not
undo it from the other
Jolene.
side.
He doesn't transform into puzzle pieces. When he uses the puzzle pieces to show everyone that Jobin killed that guy, he doesn't like lose any body mass.
1 second. Let me look this up really quick.
I think it's just his stand assumes the form. Oh, but can I just finish what I was saying about Joshu real quick? So if he's doing that in the flash forward just for like jokes, just to prank his sister, I feel like that indicates that he's had some amount of like growth and development in his stand usage. You know? Like we're seeing him do something he has never done before. That must mean he invented it at some point. Or like he started doing it or got used to it. So I think we're going to see him use his stand.
So King Nothing's page doesn't mention Norisuke being able to break down his body, but King Nothing can break down its own body. So
yeah, but
I must have been mistaken.
That's not any better than just a stand using ghostly power to just move over there and open the door from the other side, you know? It's not different. Any stand can do that.
Well, King Nothing is essentially Highway Star, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. True, except that it doesn't like suck the nutrients out of whatever it's mimicking or whatever it's
No, then it would actually be a useful combat stand if it was.
True.
If it could.
True.
But my point to all this, because I did have a point when I initially started this tangent, was that Joshu is basically becoming a better version of his dad with regards to his stand, at least.
You
know? So like he'll be able to use his stand's ability to sort of like mimic King Nothing's ability with the remote body part manipulation.
Oh yeah, that's true. I guess so. I see where you're coming from with that. King Nothing can break itself down and reassemble parts of it wherever it needs. Joshu can unscrew himself, can unscrew parts of himself, and manipulate them remotely wherever he needs. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I feel you. But yeah, I feel like if Joshu is unscrewing parts of himself and using them remotely in the flash forward, that must mean he's comfortable with that as a technique. Which then, in turn, must mean that he learns how to do it or starts doing it at some point. And I think that might be right about now, in this fight versus Toru.
We don't, we don't actually, like, just see, like, abilities get used like they're no big deal. Well, actually, I mean, well, usually there's, like, a big introduction to, like, a new ability from a stand that we're already familiar with.
Uh-huh.
You know?
Mm-hmm. They don't just, like, do a randomly new thing. Normally people are like, oh! You know, like when Kakyoin invents the 20-meter Emerald Splash.
Or like when Dio says they're the same kind of stand. That's why he can stop time like me.
Yeah. I feel like, what's your favorite example of the JoJo trope where the character does something amazingly cool with their stand, the coolest thing they've ever done in their whole lives, and then they get killed immediately? Like, they die right away. What's your favorite example of that?
I think Kakyoin has to take this, because the 20-meter Emerald Splash is genuinely a brilliant combat technique.
Right.
It just doesn't work because he critically misunderstood his opponent.
It just doesn't work on this opponent. It was just the wrong situation to debut it. But in any other situation, that would be...
But, you know what? That actually, it did work in a way, because the fact that Dio was able to defeat the 20-meter Emerald Splash meant that there was only one possible ability that his stand could have had, which Kakyoin was able to figure out and communicate to the rest of the Stardust Crusaders.
Yeah, that was actually quite valuable, because if he had just like, well, actually, if he had broken it any other way, if Dio had had some sort of other stand ability, I'm sure a similar thing would have happened, because Kakyoin can like feel all of those ropes. It's his stand, you know, so he knows like where they've been snapped and in what order. But because like they were all snapped at the same time, and he got donutted, there's no explanation for this.
Dio had to basically show off his power to like dominate Kakyoin completely, which is why he broke every strand. He didn't actually really need to break every strand to get to Kakyoin. But he decided to break it again. That's why he lost. Because Kakyoin was figured out from the fact that every strand was broken at the same exact time that Dio had stopped time.
So it's a pretty good technique after all. But I would have to say that for me, for my money, man, there's lots of good examples. But I'm actually going to have to choose the most recent one, Mamazuku. I think that was genuinely my favorite expression of that JoJo trope thus far. Because not only does he invent the cool finger gun ribbon thing, but he also, like, they're fighting against an enemy where you can't expand your limbs, like you can't stretch out. So Mamazuku crawls along the ceiling like a snake. Specifically, like, only side to side and only just wiggling. Like, he's not, like, army crawling, like, using his arms and legs. He's just, like a snake slithering along the ceiling. And then he fucking just, like, shoots ribbon out of his finger at light speed, and it's the coolest thing he's ever done. And then they kill him. That's how they get you. Coolest thing the character's ever done in their entire life, boom, dead.
Well, the difference is Mamazuku actually defeated the opponent right before he actually got wrecked.
Although, if you define the opponent as the head doctor, he did the exact same thing as Kakyoin. He got him like in a bad position. He got him in a losing position, and then it completely turned around on him, and he got killed.
The opponent in that case, was the do-do-do-da-da-da-da.
Yeah, for sure. But you could make an argument that he failed the war. You know, he won the battle but lost the war. He lost the more important fight against the actual enemy. The bug was merely a stopgap distraction. But you know what? It's cool that Mamazuku didn't die to that stupid bug. He died to the head doctor. That'd be pathetic if the bug killed him, honestly.
Are there does the question also apply to people who actually survived despite getting wrecked after doing the cool thing with their stand?
Yeah, I think so. Because that has the same flow of like, I have come up with a new way to use my stand, and it's the coolest, and it makes me way more interesting as a user and a character. But then it like doesn't pan out. So if they don't die but they get wrecked, I think that still works.
Because Okuyasu figures out how to move himself forward using his stand by erasing the space in front of him to pursue Red Hot Chili Peppers. But once he gets there and corners Red Hot Chili Peppers, he tries to scrape him away, but exposes the power lines, which causes him to get dragged in with Red Hot Chili Peppers. And they're able to save him because he left behind like a hand or something that Josuke fixed with Crazy Diamond to pull him out.
I do remember this, but it raises a plot hole. Why didn't Josuke grab Kira's hand later and fix Kira's body to the hand like he did with Okuyasu there?
Okay, I can solve this problem.
I actually already know the answer to this one. Josuke's an idiot? Alright, well my answer was going to be sheer heart attack was coming straight at him, and they've already like had a whole thing about how sheer heart attack has no weaknesses. And Koichi is currently incapacitated, incapped, as the kids say. So Koichi can't help. The only person who can defeat this thing, or even slow it down, is not available. And also, or not and also, but it's coming right towards Josuke. Nobody else can do anything to help. Pretty much his only move is to punch it and fix it back where it came from. Because he needs it to be moving away from him.
I thought the reason why Kira had to sever his own hand in the first place was because Koichi had it pinned down with his stand.
Oh, no, yeah, I'm stupid. I'm sorry. Because fucking Josuke and Okuyasu arrive. They heal Jotaro and heal Koichi, and they, like, haven't woken up yet. But then they have the thing with Kira, where Kira blows it, and he lets them know that he's a stand user, too, and that he's the villain. And then I think Koichi... Does Koichi wake up and then use 3 freeze again, and then he cuts his hand off? Or does he just cut his hand off in order to make it, like, now sheer heart attack will just follow you forever and kill all of you, and I can get away? Because it doesn't have to come back to me. Now this is a good question. I've never gotten this much silence in response to a question before.
Sorry, I forgot that I had push to talk. I was actually talking then.
Oh, sorry.
I think that it's Koichi was using Act 3 to pin his hand down, so he cut off his own hand so that he could run.
Give me one sec.
Because Act 3 can only immobilize one object at a time. So if Koichi had immobilized Kira, the hand would still be free, and sheer heart attack would kill them all.
Mm-hmm. I'm reading the little chapter summaries. Also, this is one of the coolest moments in all of JoJo. Da 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 da. Now ready to turn Koichi into a bomb, he is then interrupted by Jotaro, who managed to regain consciousness but is still bleeding profusely. The two men confront each other, Kira being fairly confident against an injured opponent, while Jotaro only taunts him. Killer Queen attacks with a punch, but Star Platinum violently punches him first with an overhead, stunning Kira. Jotaro begins to pummel Kira away, taking him down. Da-da-da-da. Jotaro warmly praises Koichi before fainting again. But they left out the most important thing, which is that Jotaro is standing there, like, bloodied and weakened, and Kira, like, is...
You can fucking see daylight through him.
Yeah, and Kira is, like, taunting him and telling him how he looks like shit and how he's, like, definitely in no condition to fight. And he throws out a punch using Star Platinum, and Kira dodges it. Do you remember this? Was this even in the manga, or was this just in the anime? He throws out a punch using Star Platinum, and Kira goes like, "Whoa, that's too slow."
I don't recall Kira dodging at all.
Man, you should want... I'm gonna fucking pull up the clip just so you know I'm not lying. Because he punches using Star Platinum, and Kira is like, "Whoa, your stand is so pathetic and slow. What are you even gonna do to me?" Hang on, I'm getting the clip.
See, I remember Kira being like, I'll finish you off first, because you're not too big of a threat, but you're a bigger threat right now than Koichi, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And attacking first, and then he just gets wrecked. And then Jotaro was like, yada yada.
I remembered what it was. It wasn't a dodge. It's at the very beginning of this clip. Check it out. It's Kira turns around and blocks Jotaro's punch. His little, like, side chop. He hits him with the side of his fist. And it pans up to, like, bloodied Jotaro and everything. And then Kira starts to go, like... Yeah, he's like, "I can practically see through you." But he does a line about, like, "Your stand is so weak. That was it, you know? Like, that was so shitty." Oh yeah, just now. Yeah, this is it. "Just now, I felt almost no power from your stand. This is a minute in. I blocked your attack more easily than catching a pop fly." Did you really think you would stand a chance against Killer Queen with such meager power?
Yeah.
And then Killer Queen goes to punch him, and then Jotaro fucking, like, boom! Just way faster than him. But that's so cool.
Because Jotaro has no honor and would attack a man with his back turned.
Even so, though, I feel like that was a feint. That wasn't a real attack. You know, he punched soft so that Kira would block it and get overconfident, that he would think, "Oh, this guy's stand isn't that big a deal. This guy ain't shit. I can take him." So that he would do a big, like, "I'm going to kill you now!" And he would leave his stand open for a counterattack. That's how I choose to read this scene. I feel like Jotaro did a weak punch on purpose. Let Kira block it and get overconfident.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past him.
I wouldn't either.
I'm not sure.
This is the same man who was like, "I can move in the stopped time, but I have to let Dio think that he's just seeing things and that it's a magnet trick that I'm playing on him to make him think I'm not really able to move in the stopped time."
I'm not sure if that was Araki's intention, but it seems believable enough to me.
I think something that makes me believe it that is intended that way more, is because he's like, "I felt almost no power coming from your stand just now." And it's like, is that really because he's injured? No. Because a second later, he lands a punch, and it's extremely powerful. And then he gives him the auras, and he beats the shit out of him. It's not because, like, injured Jotaro's Star Platinum sucks. I think it must have been a little feint attack. I don't know. Because if injured Star Platinum just sucks, then he wouldn't really be able to do much to him here.
It's hilarious to me how many people, how people keep getting, like, incapacitated in this fight.
Yeah.
Like, you have Jotaro getting knocked out at the start of the fight by sheer heart
Well,
attack.
first
then Koichi figures out how...
the Taylor guy dies. He gets his head exploded.
Okay, so first the Taylor guy, his head goes asplode. His head asplode, and then Jotaro gets his ass knocked out by a sheer heart attack.
Mm-hmm.
Then Koichi beats sheer heart attack, which causes Kira to go like, "Oh shit, why is my hand so heavy?" And he's got to go get sheer heart attack, and then he knocks out Koichi and goes to kill him. But then Jotaro's back up, and then he knocks out Kira before falling back unconscious himself.
And then at that point, before Josuke and Okuyasu arrive, every member of the fight is unconscious on the ground. There is nobody who is not.
And then the rest of the gang shows up.
Yeah, indeed. The Dwayne gang.
It's only once every participant has been killed or incapacitated that the gang shows up.
Oh man, can I show you something that's actually like unrelated? I mean, who cares? I want to show you this scene. This is pretty funny. I really like this. So, these guys are in one of those situations where it's like we're in somebody's office looking for secret documents.
Excuse me, who are you guys? This is not your office.
Janitor comes in.
I can explain.
Okay, give me a second. I gotta watch this because I've never
Sure.
seen this.
Let me explain.
I'll just let you watch it silently then. Anyways, point is, fucking sheer heart attack is awesome. Great fight. And I think Jotaro purposefully does a weak attack in order to bait Kira. It's pretty cool. It's mind games. Anytime in JoJo that there's an opportunity to like read more deeply into a fight and like assume that there's mind games there, instead of it being straightforward, I always assume it's mind games. I always give it the benefit of the doubt.
I mean, it's always a valid assumption. I mean, it is that kind of manga,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know how much of it is actually intended to be read into.
Well,
by,
places that it's not
Araki.
explicitly stated, I like to read into it. It's fun for me. It makes the manga more engaging.
It definitely adds. It never subtracts from the experience to read more into it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's not what Araki actually intended, but it's always fun.
Yeah, and it sort of is like you're the master of your own experience with the work that you're reading, you know? You can fucking add in however much additional meaning or subtext that you want. Your reading is valid reading, you know? That's what I like about, like, you know, like Death of the Author and shit, where it's like what author intent doesn't mean anything, it's all in the mind of the reader. I don't know if I totally subscribe to that, but we definitely are in like a post-author death society. Like most authors are dead. Like how often when you read about something do you think about the author writing it and like what their intention was? Not super often. Text is sort of like
Sometimes the life of the author does inform
True.
about the work.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like if you take Tolkien as an example, Tolkien wrote Lord of the Rings, and Tolkien actually was in World War I, and that informed a lot of his writing. Like if you read Lord of the Rings, there's a lot of like you can really see that like he knows what war is like about. You know, he writes a lot of battle scenes, and it's all like very strategic.
I feel you. But that also
There's also the experience of being on the ground, which he did have. He was in the trenches in World War One.
Mm-hmm. And that actually, I didn't even know that about him, but that's crazy because that totally fits in with something else I've always liked about Tolkien, which, like, I never read Lord of the Rings, but I read The Hobbit as a child, and I really liked it. Maybe I should read Lord of the Rings, I don't know. But the point is, I really liked how Tolkien's adventure story...
Lord of the Rings is not for the faint of heart. It's very kind of I would say historical novel-ish, kind of like documentary almost in a
Well,
way.
if I read The
It
Hobbit
was a
when I
very
was like in 3rd grade and liked it.
it's a little like reading a history textbook at times, but not. If you enjoyed The Hobbit, you may enjoy reading Lord of the Rings, but
All right, well
just
then
be
maybe
aware
not.
it is
Who knows?
it is a long read, and some parts do kind of drag.
Gotcha. But something else that I've always liked about Tolkien's like idea of an adventure story is that like yes, we're on a grand adventure and like yes, we're going to go like achieve our destiny and like slay the dragon or whatever. But right now in the adventure, it's raining and it's cold and I've got fucking like water in my boots and we're trying to find some place to sleep for the night and like we don't have enough food and there's like spiders in this forest. Like adventuring sucked. It was a hard thing. It was like there was a lot of like fucking sleeping uncomfortably on like rocky shit, you know? It was like it wasn't so glamorous.
Yeah,
and I feel like that's definitely
that's
from
that's what
wartime experience.
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like how the less glamorous parts of like this fantasy adventure can be traced directly back to his experience in actual war.
Like we're on this amazing fantasy adventure, we're in this incredible world, but it's cold and wet and it sucks and I'm fucking exhausted. And this adventure is taking everything out of me. That's what I kind of liked about it. It was like I'm using up like my whole desire to like go out and achieve things as a person and like my whole physical being. It's all going to this one quest, baby. Like this is the main quest of my life. Like this is it. Like, you know, he fucking leaves the place that he always called home and shit. Anyways, whatever. Not the point. We're talking about Tolkien so much. But that is interesting. I wonder what
talking about the post author versus author intent, I guess, is what the tangent we got off on.
But I wonder what the things like that are for Iraqi, you know? Like what's his World War One?
Well, okay, so Morio is inspired.
Sendai.
I've read by Sendai, yeah, the town where he actually grew up.
So yeah, there's that. There's definitely like bumbling around your hometown as a kid and fucking finding strange things. But you know what I like about Iraqi? I feel like when you're a kid and you bumble around and you find something strange, like for example in Morio, like the Boing Boing Rock or like Angelo or something like that. Something weird in the town, and like you and your childhood friends like give it like a backstory and stuff like that. You know, like that's all like childhood imagination stuff. But Iraqi's works are like, yeah, but what if you were right? You know, like instead of it just being like there's some weird rock in my city that kind of looks like a face. And wouldn't it be spooky if, like, a long time ago that was a guy and this was his punishment to be turned into a rock? JoJo is literally the story of that happening, you know? Every goofy thing that you make up about your hometown... Go ahead.
Iraqi's kind of like an unusual example of this because the first 3 parts, the majority of them don't actually take place in Japan, you know?
Man, you were just like a robot for like a full minute there. But that's okay. I think I sort of get what you were saying. It takes a while for Iraqi to like draw on his own life experience for a setting, as opposed to like historical stuff he's interested in, like mid 1800s Europe.
And you can
or
see that
like
you can see that
19th
in like,
century America or 20th century.
You can
sorry.
see that in like you can see that more blatantly in like actual like character level writing from Iraqi, where like every new stand nowadays looks like he went into an encyclopedia and like just researched one subject very extensively,
Mm-hmm.
and then wrote about it.
Have I ever told you that hilarious tweet, which is the reason JoJo is like that is that Araki meticulously researches everything he writes, but he fact checks nothing. Like, an example of this would be the rods.
This sounds familiar.
The rods from part
This
6.
sounds familiar.
Like,
Yep.
they're like a cryptid. They're like a... It's like the Loch Ness Monster or something, you know? Like, people claim there's, like, sightings, and it's this undocumented, like, crazy, like, weird type of animal that we've never encountered. And Araki, like, researches that, and he's so taken by it, he absolutely has to put it in his manga. But he doesn't do any, like, fact-checking to see if that's, like, actually real or not. And he just presents it in the manga as if it's totally real. And I mean, I'm not implying he's, like, stupid and he got, like, tricked into thinking something fake is real. But it's, like, for him, it's just more fun for it to be real.
I believe even at the time of Part 6's writing, rods were already, like, we had already explained, like, why those happen.
Right. Araki's not interested in the boring real-life reason that we think there's rods. He's only interested in, like, the myth of rods as we have created them in our minds.
Araki be like, but what if they were real?
Exactly! That's what I'm saying. Like, when you're a child and there's, like, a scary road in your hometown, and there's always, like, people on it that are just, like, sitting there all day, and you start to, like, think, like, I wonder if that's like a road full of like shady individuals. And if you walk on that road, they'll like fucking, you know, take all your money and like trick you and shit. And so it's like a scary place. But in reality, it's just a street, you know? And you actually just saw like a drug deal happen there or something. Like somebody exchanged money for like a package.
But what if they actually were doing big crimes?
But what if it actually was? What if it actually was like a shakedown road? You know, that's what JoJo is. Every time there's something unusual in life and you sort of like amuse yourself by giving it like a supernatural backstory, JoJo is like, yeah, but what if actually though? That's what I like about it.
It's like men in the Middle Ages were typically actually shorter than they are today. But what if they were these huge beast men?
Yeah. What if they were hulking behemoths of nature? Also, I have a photo of Jonathan in my JoJolian chapters folder. Don't know why. But look at him. Isn't he the sexy beast? He's ripped.
Interesting. Yep. That is a big man.
Yeah, that's a beefcake right there. Beefcake and a half. But yeah, back to the chapter, I guess. So, fruit, yada yada.
We're on the last page of the chapter, honestly.
No, there's like
if you go to the
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
page and you look at the if you go to the last page and you look at the rightmost panel, that is one of the greatest reaction images in JoJo. ...
Okay. It's like he's nonplussed. He doesn't really have an opinion on what just happened. Not bothered. But like fucking... Sorry, I'm stretching. Stretch. Okay, so I want to talk about the fruit in depth for a minute. So Yasuo is like, wait, if I eat this fruit, it'll do an equivalent exchange.
Let's talk fruit.
Yeah. So he says, yeah, I know that. It does the equivalent exchange to fix injuries and stuff. And Yasuo says, yes, but not exactly. It'll be with someone. It'll do an equivalent exchange with another person. It won't turn anything to stone. That's what the new Locacacast is. How does she know that? This strikes me once again as Araki just like kind of cheating with how like what information the characters have and when.
I think because that does. Wait, did Josuke actually tell her about like how he's two people?
I don't even think that Josuke, if he wanted to tell her that, would have the words to explain it or how it happened. Like, Josuke doesn't remember, you know? He doesn't remember eating the new Locacacast or feeding it to half of himself. And even then, it looked like an old Locacacast back then. It didn't have this weird tomato-y appearance.
Well then, Zach, I think it's time to play everybody's favorite hit song. Paisley Park did it.
Paisley
It was
Park!
Paisley Park.
Yeah, indeed. But this strikes me as exactly like when do you remember
Paisley Park is reading the JoJo wiki.
Huh.
That's how she knows.
It's like in Spaceballs when they're like, well, where did they go? We'll have to check the tape. And they put in a VHS of Spaceballs. And they like fast forward to the moment in the movie where it's themselves watching the tape. I've never actually
seen the whole movie, but I love that scene.
That movie's
I've never
great.
actually seen the whole movie, but I love that scene.
They fast forward to them watching the tape.
This is now. Right now? Now. Go back to then. We can't.
And I'm pretty sure they go forward, and they're like, ah, yes, here it is. And then the camera just zooms in on the TV screen and uses that as, like, the transition to that next scene. That's hilarious. I don't think I've ever seen a movie transition into its next scene like that. By having the characters take out a VHS of the movie, start watching it, and then when it gets to the next scene, we just zoom in on the TV. Like, that's our establishing shot for the next scene. Incredible. The only way that movie could be any better is if the movie ended and it zoomed back out and it was just them watching the thing still, and they were like, huh.
I mean...
Well, were we supposed to do all that?
Maybe that's a thing... Maybe that's a thing that's used more frequently as, like, a framing device where, like, see, like, the opening shot is, like,
it's very rare.
Somebody's like explain, like doing, maybe it's maybe like they do a little narration and then like they put the tape in and then they zoom in on the TV and then you watch the movie, but it's actually the tape.
Right.
You know.
But they wouldn't bring that out of nowhere in the middle of the movie for a joke. Not unless you're Spaceballs.
No, nobody does that.
Not unless you have the guts.
Nobody ever goes full Spaceballs.
Don't go full Spaceballs.
Nobody goes full Spaceballs.
Never go full Spaceballs. But anyway, so Yasuo apparently knows how the new Locacacast works for no reason. Because, like, even if there is some explanation for how she knows this, bullshit. No one's eaten it yet. Like, she should only know this after the fucking thing occurs.
The real reason is, Zach, shut up, there's no time.
Yeah, I guess so. But anyway, the point is, Yasuo, like, knows what the new Locacacast is, which is cool, because that's the same thing we saw it do earlier with Josefumi and Kira. It was cool. It's like, our speculation came true. It does, in fact, just do the Locacacast thing, but it can use someone else as the collateral. Right. Anyway, he beats himself up a little bit more. He mounts Yasuo doggy style, which is gross. And then, oh, hey, so check this out. Why do you think Toru draws their attention on purpose? Like, on this page where he's using doggy style, on the left side, Toru, like, reaches out for a branch and then rustles it around so they can snap over and look at him. Why do they need to do that? Is he trying to hit them with more calamities or what?
I need to take another close look at this.
But then right after that, we get the moment that I've been waiting for a while, which is that Yasuo is like, Toru's a fucking villain. I knew it. The user, he's here. He's been here since the beginning, hiding in the thicket.
It's definitely intentional by him, because he actually specifically reaches out for that branch and rustles it.
100%. But anyway, she realizes that it's Toru that is here to kill her and not help her, and she immediately uses this as motivation to grab the fruit, take a big bite of it, and then their legs fuse together into one. So that's pretty cool. I guess
the way his stand works is like he has to take a more passive role in fights. I think he is actually trying to draw aggro. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that's his plan, because that's how he always fights.
True. They need to be pursuing him in order for the ability to do anything to them. But I think this is interesting that their legs fuse into one, because it's not like anything that's actually undergoing an exchange, you know? It's just a random part of the body. And I wonder if that has to happen. Like, in order for the new Locacacast, because it doesn't turn something to rock and make something else good. It's like transferring some substance between one body and another.
Hold on.
Sure.
Do they both have the bite mark on their leg?
I don't think either of them have the bite mark on their leg visible.
No. Yasuho definitely has the bite mark on her leg.
Oh, I thought you were asking, is it visible?
In an earlier chapter, you can clearly see the bite mark on her leg.
Right.
But
Josuke's is around his birthmark.
Bite mark? Or Josuke's. Where is Joshu's bite mark?
I'm looking it up. Theory about the bite marks.
Because if the bite mark is on the leg, that might explain why their legs fuse together like that.
Maybe. Or it would at least be something to consider. Joshu. Hang on a second here. Since first meeting with Josuke near the wall eyes, Joshu has bite marks on his left knee. Wow, so that's the leg that we see fusing into Yasuo. If you look, that's his left foot.
And I think also Yasuo has it on the left leg.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but I think it's also the left leg for her.
For her, I'm pretty sure it's her left ankle.
It is her left ankle, yes, and he is fusing into her left ankle here.
Yeah. I wonder if that has anything to do with anything.
Slightly above it.
Good catch. I'm going to go ahead and say good catch. Even if that doesn't mean anything yet, I feel like that was good to notice.
So, the other thing I wanted to talk about with this fusion, sort of, between Joshu and Yasuho, is when Josefumi and Kira fused together into Josuke, Soft and Wet took on new properties. And I'm wondering what, if any, properties Paisley Park might take on from Nut King Cole. Because she does have part of Joshu's body on her now.
Yeah, true.
I don't. If you recall, the RPS kid, from part 4.
I do.
When he would beat people at rock paper scissors, he would take a part of their stand, and then he could use that stand. So like when he beat Rohan once, he became immune to Heaven's Door.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that shit. That's the most amazing stand of all. Thank God it was only in a stupid child. Imagine if you could just go around tricking people into losing at rock, paper, scissors to you, and then you just have like a ton of stands. Like Poochie. You'd just be a walking library of abilities.
Yeah, Araki loves to do this. He loves to give like really powerful stands to stupid characters.
Yeah. Hey, have you noticed that in every series that has this thing going on where like every character gets a power and every power is unique? You know what I'm talking about? Like JoJo has this with stands. My Hero Academia has this with quirks. Heroes, the television show Heroes. Did you ever see that? Everybody has one power.
Demon Slayer.
Demon Slayer, sure.
Has something similar.
Sky High, the fucking terrible movie about the superhero high school. You know,
Hey,
This
you shut the fuck up.
that
Sky
movie
High is
blows.
amazing.
That movie blows. It's a childhood movie for me. I watched it. I have nostalgia for it, and it sucks. Take it from me.
Oh my god. I
Anyway.
can't believe we're getting political on this podcast. I can't believe we're fucking getting political on this podcast.
All right. I want to talk about
This is
the point is,
anyway. Go on.
in
with what you were
every
saying.
series that has this concept of like every character gets a power and the powers are all unique, there's always, at some point in the series, they always introduce the concept of, yeah, but this guy has a bunch of powers though, you know, and he like collects them from other people. In JoJo we have Poochie. In My Hero Academia we have All for One. In Heroes, we have Sylar. Sylar goes around and he cuts people's heads open and he takes their powers. And then he becomes like a crazy man who has like 15 powers at once. He can fly, he can fucking do all sorts of crazy shit.
Sky High doesn't have that though.
No, I was
Sky High
I
doesn't
was
really
just
have
doing that as an example
And
of like a
Neither does Demon Slayer. I think. No, Demon Slayer doesn't have anything like that. At least not in the anime so far. I have no idea about the manga. You know that manga is actually finished now?
Yeah, I actually respect the hell out of that guy for creating something like finite like that.
I think the writer of Demon Slayer is a woman. Actually, don't quote
I
me on
respect
that,
the
though.
hell
I
out of
could
that
be
lady
wrong.
then. Let me look it up. Demon Slayer writer. I should write mangaka, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Illustrated by Koyoharu Gotoge. So, man, I don't know. Who cares? I have no idea.
You respect the hell out of that author. Whoever they
Yeah,
are.
because they made something. It was a story that they wanted to tell, and then they finished telling it. And they didn't cave to pressure to make it go on forever. It was like a finite creation by design. And I love that. Any series with an ending.
It's a problem. It's a problem in a lot of shonen mangas, where the story just goes on forever.
Yeah,
And a problem even more in Western comics, where it's literally contractually obligated to go on forever because these characters aren't like the property of one author, but a corporation.
Right. And I think actually that's what turns me off from comics. Because, like, if there was, like, a JoJo part structure to Batman, like, if there was, like, oh, yeah, that's part 2 of Batman. That Batman was in, like, 74 issues, and then he died, and we moved on to, like, his son, who's the next Batman.
There was Bruce Wayne, and then there's Dick Grayson, and then I guess there's... No. I don't know where I'm going.
You would have to make
Anyway.
it different in order to make it work. But the point is, if Batman had like a part structure like that, I would definitely, or if comics, because
I don't even think it's necessary to have like a part structure.
Well, I just want to get to the.
I would just love a self-contained narrative, right? That, like, doesn't rely on your knowledge of prior incidents in the comics,
Mm-hmm.
and doesn't actually affect like what happens later.
Yeah.
Like if more storylines were like that, like the Killing Joke, that one you can pretty much enjoy like as its own story, regardless of anything else.
Well, I think then we're pretty much asking for the same thing, because I am asking for, when I say part structure, really what I mean is like there should be like a clean like start and end point for that like story, and then when the story is done, it should be like, okay, cool, so then we're gonna go on and tell more stories with other Batman or whatever, but like this one has been finished. This one's completed. It has a concrete start and an end. It doesn't depend on stuff from previously, and it doesn't affect stuff in the future. It's just its own story.
I think what you're saying is like the Dark Knight trilogy, but for comics. That one had Christopher Nolan had an exact plan, a beginning, middle, and end for how he wanted that series to go. The Batman from that series has not returned to anything else, any other crossovers since then, and you didn't even need to go into it knowing the deal about Batman.
Yeah,
know?
that's true. And the movie was like it was well, not the movie. There were three, but the middle one, Dark Knight, the best one, has the most like. It's the most. You don't. What am I trying to say here? You know, even if you
The
fucking.
Dark Knight is like a comic book movie. The Dark Knight is a comic book movie for people who don't like comic book movies.
Right. You don't even need to know shit about comics or Batman. You can just start watching the movie and it will like organically give you all that you need in order to understand and enjoy the movie. I feel like it's well constructed like that. Like it's not relying on you to fucking have done your homework beforehand. Anyway, the point is, I just feel like if comics, instead of going on forever, were broken up into more discrete, like... Because also, as well, like, you can't ever end the comic, you know? I think the end of a series is really important, because that's when, like, you pay off everything you set up, you know? This is like, if you have a character who the whole time is like, I've got to kill my dad, or I've got to find out the secret to the mystery, and they never do that, then it's like the entire story was a waste of time. You have to have them like eventually fight their dad or solve the mystery.
So this is a problem with the market, and I'll see if I can explain this. You know, it's like it's a lot easier to keep reusing the same characters, and every like 10 or 15 years you even reuse the same plot lines, than it would be to like come up with entirely new characters, entirely new stories to tell. And so they keep these characters going indefinitely because that's the only way they can get any profit out of these characters anymore.
Yeah.
You know? You can't write the final issue of Batman because that means there's no more Batman comics ever.
Yeah. And if there are, then you were a liar for calling it the final issue of Batman. But here's my thing. This is how I feel about all comics. They're like the show Sonic Underground. Did you ever see Sonic Underground?
No.
Sonic Underground. Sonic Underground. They made a vow their mother will be found. Sonic Underground. That's how it goes. And listen, the whole show is like they have to find their mom. Their mom is like the queen, but she's like been deposed. And they are like royal children, you know, they're like supposed to be like with the queen, but they are just like wayward kids, you know. They're not royal at the moment. They're just like bumblefucking around. And the whole point of the show, they say in the opening, they have to find their mother every episode. And she has like a monologue where she's like, I wish to see my children again, but I must wait. And like every episode is just about like stuff happening. Like they fight Robotnik, or they fucking like have a band and they play music. But like there will always be some hint of like, oh, but we're moving forward on the quest to find mom. Like she'll show up for 1 second in the distance and they'll be like, oh, so that's who saved us, you know? But there will never be any actual progress on the narrative. Because essentially what they've done is like, we've set up this world and these characters and they have a goal, but they're never going to reach it. We're just going to write 350 episodes about them like doing something else. Like every episode is like, instead of moving 1 step forward on the plot, it's just 1 step left and then 1 step back to the right. Like it never really goes anywhere. And the worst part of it all, the last episode of the show, they don't even find their mom. The last episode of the show is a video game parody episode. You know, like in Fairly Odd Parents, like one of those from the cartoons of the 2000s, where they go inside a video game and they have like lives and shit. The last episode of Sonic Underground is a video game parody adventure episode. They never find their mom. They don't even get any closer than they were at the start of the series. And I hate that. something needs to happen in your story other than just the premise. You know, there needs to be, and then what happened next. It can't just be nothing. So that's how I feel about comics.
So this is part of why I love it, is because they always do like original series, you know, like Kill la Kill, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And because they're anime originals, there is no expectation of a second season.
Mm-hmm.
They finish everything within the span of the season.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Gurren Lagann, Kill la Kill.
They write a beginning, middle, and end, and then they're done.
They're both excellent at this. They don't leave anything on the cutting room floor. They use it all. They throw it all in. Like, they introduce just enough ideas to pay off within like 24 episodes. They're very smart about that.
And it's like you know, you could have a sequel series potentially, but why would you want that? It's already great, and it's great because it's finished.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
It's done.
It has an ending. Like, the character wanted something, they struggled hard, and then they got it. They achieved their goal, you know? Not every character has to get what they want in order for it to be a good story, but, like, we have to have them at least, like, achieve something and then see how they react to that in order to have any attachment to the character. Because, like, you know, they just take one step to the left and one step back right.
JoJo would be awful if all these years later we were still following Jonathan Joestar.
Yeah, it would be. And imagine if Dio showed up every week like Team Rocket to just like antagonize him and then not get actually defeated. Can you imagine? And it's been running for 30 years with no breaks. My God.
JoJo should not ever be Dragon Ball.
No, it shouldn't.
Just putting that out there.
Dragon Ball shouldn't even be Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball should be JoJo.
Dragon Ball shouldn't be Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball should be JoJo.
I agree.
Why can't all these shonen animes be more like JoJo?
Well, it's because being JoJo is hard.
Beginning, middle, end.
Beginning, middle, end. Write a fucking story. Don't just write a premise. I feel like in the West, in America, especially because of like syndicated TV, we just write premises. Like, we don't write stories.
What's the one that's really awful about this? Oh, One Piece. One Piece is really fucking awful about this.
Man, I
you know
don't
that manga
even.
is still ongoing.
Yeah, I don't even know shit about One Piece, really.
And the anime is still ongoing. I think we're up to like 160 episodes or some shit.
Yeah, something like that. Wait, no, you're crazy. There's way more episodes than that.
Wait, hold on. Are you serious? Did I lowball it?
You just said
Did I fucking
160.
lowball One Piece?
Okay, don't look it up. I want you to take a second guess. Just another one. Just one more.
Okay.
Higher.
Okay. Will you just tell me if it's higher or lower than my next guess?
Yeah, absolutely.
700.
Higher.
Are you serious?
Yes.
900.
946 episodes.
Oh my god.
Can you believe it, dude?
That's the anime too.
I can't
That's the
believe.
fucking anime.
I can't believe
That's
you
not
thought
the
there were
manga.
160
And the manga is
episodes.
still ongoing.
Yeah, the
And
manga's
the manga
running.
is still ongoing.
Oh my god, dude. 160 episodes. They're almost at 1,000. That's crazy.
The author of One Piece be like, "What's an ending?"
Yeah. But I mean, from what I've heard about One Piece, I mean, it has this problem in that it's like they wrote the beginning of the story and then wrote the ending, like what has to happen, Luffy's goal, and then he's just going to stretch those two things as far apart as possible. He's doing that, but I don't feel like it has the problem of like nothing's happening, you know? I watched a university lecture
I've heard
on One
it's
Piece.
I've heard it's at least decent, you know,
Yeah.
as a series.
I've also heard it's pretty cool, like, when the author
But like
pays
but like
off a joke
but like
he set
it's
up 200
fucking-
chapters ago.
But like probably have your series go on forever. I'm not going to get into One Piece ever. You know why? Because it's 940 episodes and counting. Who has the
Yeah.
fucking time?
And my friend Austin has the time. He actually just started One Piece this year, and he's on episode like 130. He's just going for it. And he's not even skipping the filler either. He's just fucking going for it. Looking up how many chapters of One Piece there are. Wow, 992. So there's almost as many
That's actually
anime
more than I thought.
episodes.
There must be anime only fillers then. 'Cause
Tons.
that's actually lower than I thought.
Tons of filler. Like entire arcs. But actually, some people say the filler for One Piece is good, actually. Which I don't know how that's even possible, but
At the same time, I feel like I have to point out, a part structure will not save your work if your work is bad.
oh, of
Like
course,
Naruto almost has a part structure. you know?
almost.
Once
almost.
they finished with Naruto's story, they switched over to his son.
Mhm.
But Naruto and Boruto are not good series.
No. And I mean, they have elements of good things in them. The best part of Naruto, in my opinion, is the flashback where it shows how Kakashi got his eye. Because, you know, he has one Sharingan eye that he can't turn off. And he got it from a Uchiha guy. Because those are the only people who can use the Sharingan. But anyway, it's really cool. There's a little flashback where he gets injured and his friend is going to die. And he's like, here, you can just take my eye. You can just have it. Just takes it out and gives it to him. It's pretty metal. But there are parts of Naruto that are good, but I don't know that I would even want to read that if it was like condensed into like just the good bits, because you still have to do like the fucking ninja war and shit. Nobody wants to read that.
How did we get on this tangent? Talking about
Part
fucking
structure, Batman.
Story structure.
We've been talking about Batman a lot
Yeah,
recently.
I'm talking about before it. Well, yeah. There's one thing that we actually both forgot to mention as
Yeah.
part of our months is that we actually fucking like we're doing the Batman.
We started a Let's Play show. Chris was like, hey, do you want to start a Let's Play show with me? And I was like, sure, but I don't know anything about the game at hand. And he was like, that's fine. So here we are.
That's fine. We can start on the last game of the fucking series.
Yeah, that's
I'm
all
sure
good.
nothing
Don't
will
worry
go
about
bad.
it. Yeah, and in return, I started showing Chris a game that I love and that he knows nothing about. And if I were to ever get off of my ass and edit and post those episodes, then you would see what game it was.
Oh yeah, we actually we missed an opportunity to have a session of that, I think. Or I don't know if we.
I
yeah.
actually need to stop procrastinating on that, because you remember when I said I had to go back to every dungeon that we've already been to and I have to check all the walls, so I forgot to do that. That'll be really boring on camera. I have to do that the next time before we start playing again. But I should just take care of that.
Okay.
Should be quick.
Anyway, how did we get to fucking the part structure and talking about Batman for some reason?
Because I was saying a story needs to have an ending. A story can't just go on forever. We were talking about Tolkien, and then we were talking about something else. Oh, any story with an ending is automatically better than a story with no ending, that just goes on forever and it's left open-ended. Because a story with an ending, it's like a...
Yeah.
It's like a sentence with a point.
A bad ending will actually be better for your story than to have it go on into infinity and gradually get worse.
Right. Or just peter off and never finish it. That's actually the worst outcome possible. Stories deserve to be finished. But even so, like, it's not even like you have to write your story and then finish it, you know? You can always just decide at the beginning what the ending's going to be. You know, never hurts to know where you're going. I feel like I mentioned this earlier, but I want to emphasize it. In our, like, American culture, in this society, we live in a society, and in this society, we are very, like, we think about stories in terms of their premise. Think about this. When someone's trying to sell you on a movie or a show or a story that you haven't experienced yet, what do? They tell you what it's about. They tell you, like, the setup. They're like, okay, so there's this guy, and he has these special powers, but if he uses them, then blah, 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 blah. You know? They give you, like, the premise. They don't tell you, like, oh, yeah, man, the cinematography's really good. Or, like, I love the whatever. You know? If someone's trying to sell you on something...
If you're talking to, like, somebody, like a film critic or somebody who's, like, into, like, stuff like that, then that might also be a selling point for them.
But if you're talking to
general,
a layman...
Yes, we talk about... We give elevator pitches.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying. Yeah.
The elevator pitch, like the premise of the show. Who's in it? What do they do? And what's the point? You know? But I feel like before... The reason we give each other elevator pitches is because of the phenomenon of, like, writing a pilot and selling it. And that gets turned into a TV show. And so you have, like... All your incentive is to create, like, the beginning of a story that can then move in any direction that whoever's writing it at the time wants to. Like, I've got this base set of characters, and they each have, like, a thing about them. They've got their attributes, and I can essentially, like, shake them up and hit go on any random scenario that I feel like.
So this is an interesting difference between how it works in America. I can't generalize the West here,
Yeah.
because it may work differently in, like, Canada or other Western countries. But in Japan, manga pilots may be actually completely different from the manga that
Right.
from the final manga that you're reading.
Right. Like, have you ever heard of Hero Academia? Not My Hero Academia.
I have heard of... Oh.
Just
That's a
Hero
different
Academia. Hero Academia
Hero Academia.
Hero Academia was the pilot, essentially, for My Hero, or Boku no Hero Academia. He just added Boku no to let you know it's the real thing. But the point is, in Hero Academia, Deku is the main character, and he's still quirkless, but he's like a grown-up, and he's like a quirkless, like, hero reporter, and he like looks at heroes doing their thing, and he, like, explains them to people, and he, like, writes about them, and that's his thing. And, like, something happens to him, and he gets involved in a whatever. I didn't read it, but I read the explanation of it, and I was like, that's really interesting, because they took that concept, quirkless guy who's super into superheroes and, like, fascinated by them and wants to, like, write about them and document them. But instead of having him be, like, older and already didn't amount to anything, let's take that personality, give it to a younger kid, and then have him get, like, a quirk. That's how you make a shonen protagonist out of something that was sort of like a dry, like... Yeah. But anyways, I feel you with the manga pilots are different. They also have a sense of being self-contained.
Manga. I was gonna bring that up next. Manga pilots also tend to be finished stories or finished pieces of writing, at least.
Right.
Because there's no expectation. Because there's no expectation of the story being picked up.
Mm-hmm. There's hopefulness for the story maybe being picked up, but there's no, like, right, gotta leave the door open so I can continue this later. It's like, no, you can just close the door. Just make a satisfying work. But have you ever read the Berserk? Have you read Berserk at all? Do you like Berserk? The Berserk pilot chapter is pretty
No,
cool.
not at all. I haven't. I think Berserk is a good idea.
It's pretty amazing. If you like good manga, you should definitely read it. Every page is a visual feast. Like it has a lot of those moments where you turn the page and
I've heard
oh
this
my
about it."
god, oh my god, and you like zoom in and you just drink it in. Anyways, the point is,
I've heard this about it, and you would think that that's the reason why it's been on hiatus for so long. But nope, it's because the mangaka is addicted to Idolmaster.
yes, he is. In fact, I actually believe I have an image for this exact purpose. I have a perfectly yeah, there it is, baby, there it is. Let's see it. Oh. He's holding like a sacred tome, a sacred treasure. But yeah, the point
The
is
sacred texts.
the sacred texts. Isn't it weird how in English we have sts? You know, if you want to like extra pluralize something, you have to add sts onto the end. Doesn't that sound like a hissing noise? Like you put like meat on a fucking pan and it goes sts. Like, isn't English fucking weird? Imagine this. Imagine if you're from a language where everything's like dub blah blah dub blah blah dub blah 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 blah. You know, you're from a language that's way down here.
Is this the office water cooler language? I don't.
Imagine if you're from a language that's way down here and it's all like guttural, blah 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 blah, and you make sounds and shit, and all of a sudden you're being taught a new language where you have to listen for people going sts at the end of their words in order to understand what they're saying. Like, that's such a minor... Like, if you think about it, English is extraordinarily hard to learn. Like, this is a weird language we speak.
No, this is it. It does have like very like English is it doesn't have like there's consistent
Doesn't have
phonetic rules. There's consistent phonetic rules to most languages. That
It doesn't
English
have a well thought out, consistent, easy to learn rule set. You just gotta fucking learn all the exceptions one by one.
Even we even have like I before E except after C, except when that's not the case, because sometimes it's not.
Have you ever heard the Brian Regan bit where he's talking about he was always a stupid kid in school? And the teacher's like, no, I before E, Brian, what did we say? And he's like, I before E, except after C, and when sounding like A is in neighbor and way, and on weekends and holidays and all throughout May, so you'll always be wrong no matter what you say.
That's basically English in a nutshell.
Mm-hmm. And on weekends and
we can't
holidays and
even,
all throughout May.
We can't even get a consistent spelling in English. Like, you know, how is color spelled? Well, if you're in America, it's COLOR. But if you're in Great Britain, it's COLOUR.
Indeed. And the same thing goes for countless fucking words. So basically, English is like a story that really needs some like draftsmanship, some tidying up. Things aren't, it's not very clean. You know, it's engaging. It's interesting, but clean it the fuck up around here, would you?
English is a good pilot.
English is a good pilot. So when's the real language coming out then? The pilot's got me excited.
Oh, never. Never. It didn't get picked up.
Oh, so we're just speaking like a dead language already? Like we're speaking an unsuccessful... What is it? An unaired pilot? What would you say?
Pretty much, yeah. Unaired pilot is what they call
rest
those.
in peace.
Well, or maybe sometimes the pilots do get aired. They just don't get picked up.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen like an American pilot for like a show that's that didn't get picked up?
Yeah, I'm
It's
pretty
so
sure
real.
I have, but I can't like say off the top of my head. But I'm
It's
reasonably sure I've seen like pilots for
it's
shows before.
it's hard to recall like specifically like specific ones, but it's always a surreal experience, and it's always the same experience, because the way that Americans write pilots is they are
Yeah.
the first episode of a show.
Right.
They don't have a conclusion, you know?
Right.
Or
It's
they may
just like,
have a
hi,
conclusion,
welcome
but
to
like
the
it's not.
show.
Yeah. You know?
Yeah, and now that I think about
It's
it,
it's a regular episode of the show, you know?
now that
So
I
it's
think
not.
about it, that's pretty lame. That's pretty boring. Right? For your pilot to just be like rotely introducing characters and being like, hi, this is what we're about. Your pilot should be demonstrating what the series is gonna be once it gets good. You know, the first episode where you introduce all your characters is just like stuff to get through to get to the good stuff.
Well, okay, so this is a huge generalization, and like not every show will have this problem. Like, for example, the pilot of Batman the Animated Series is actually really good. The pilot of Batman the Animated Series is called On Leather Wings. It's the one with Man-Bat, and it's basically a good encapsulation of what a typical episode will look like. You know, Batman's doing his thing, he's investigating, and then there's a confrontation with the villain near the end. You know? And you're introduced to the characters in the show organically. I've roboted again, haven't I?
No, it's okay. I'm sorry. I was incapacitated for the moment. I couldn't respond. But no, I heard what you were saying, and I feel like that's actually the way to do it. And that's sort of what I meant a moment ago when I was saying like your pilot should be showcasing the good stuff. I feel like the way to do it is to you can still have it be the first episode that introduces all your characters and shit, but it should be sufficiently disguised, you know? It should be as though nothing is out of the ordinary for the characters in their lives. You know, if you make your pilot like the character
It
coming
should
to
be-
town
okay,
and
it should
meeting
be
everyone
a-
for the
it should
first
be an
time, that's
entirely-
boring.
It should be an entirely self-contained narrative onto itself.
Right. It should
Rather
introduce
than,
the characters to us in a way where we're not like thinking about that's what's happening. We're just thinking about the story, how it unfolds. Because as soon as your intentions are so bold like that, then it's like you just feel like you're being like taught, like a teacher. You know, you're being like talked to.
Then if the and then if the pilot doesn't get picked up, then all you have is a pilot that doesn't go anywhere.
Right. If the pilot doesn't get picked up and you put like the work into it, then you have like a 20-minute animated short that you made that's cool that you can show to people and be like, hey, this is what I'm capable of. You know, you want that pilot to be good even if it doesn't get picked up so you can have it for your reel, you know? But I feel like because of pilots, because of TV syndication, and specifically because of syndication, because for a long time TV was like, we can't count on you to have seen every episode, so we can't do continuity. Because, you know, in the days when it was just like, we air it once and then that's it. There's no DVR or anything. You can't like watch it on VHS later.
Yeah, reruns weren't invented until the 90s, but go on.
Oh, no, come on. Reruns were invented, but it was like if you wanted to catch an episode of something that you had missed,
That was
you had to
that-
catch
that
the
was a
one
joke.
rerun, you know? If you didn't catch it, if you weren't watching TV to know when the rerun was gonna be, you know, it was a whole system. But anyway, the point is, because of syndication, where you would have a television show, like, be on the air for a while, and then it would, like, run for a couple seasons, and then as soon as it hit 100 episodes, they would stop producing more episodes, and they would just run that in syndication forever. Because if you have 52 weeks in a year, and you run your show, like, every Thursday night at 8, then you have 100 episodes. You got 2 years of fresh show that you can just deploy. And then when those 2 years are up, you can just start over. You know? And people who really like the show will watch the whole thing again. But, like, you can get a lot of stretch out of those episodes. But the way that this is done requires it to be such that like continuity can't be that rigidly held to, because you aren't counting on somebody having seen all the episodes beforehand. You just are counting on them knowing what the show's about, what the show's like.
You have to either have negative continuity, in which case the effects of the episode are effectively reversed and undone by the time the next episode rolls around,
Right.
or you have to have
No continuity.
or you have to have status quo as God, in which case the effects are any lasting effects that might have occurred are in fact reversed by the time the episode itself ends.
Mm-hmm. That's what I really love about Community, actually. That's what makes that show interesting to me, is that it appears on the surface to be a status quo show, but the characters actually are developing episode over episode, and they're behaving differently because of their development. Like, it's a status quo show, except that the characters don't think it is. They think it's their normal life. So they're like moving through it like people. Or as best a TV simulation of people. But it's pretty cool. But the point is, because of like syndication, and that's how TV was for a long time, that's just how it goes. It's how the business is. When people make pilots, or when people made pilots, they made them as like, right, so this is the nexus point. This is the jumping off point. From this rock, I can jump off in any direction, any 360 directions around me. But then after I'm done like jumping there, I got to turn around and walk back to the rock. You know, and get back and stand on top of the rock again, and then decide a new place to jump to, and then walk back to the rock. It is this way because if you were to like turn on the TV and he was like pretty far away from the rock already, you'd be like, I don't know what the fuck is happening, because you're a stupid American and you don't have like context clues, the ability to do that. But like, I don't know. In a show today, that analogy would be like, it would be like a limited drama series, and it would be 10 episodes, and each episode he would take like one more step further away from the rock. You know what I mean? Instead of having a story that like goes somewhere, now we have it just go somewhere, but very slowly and very cinematically. But anyway, the point is, because of syndication...
Thankfully, there seems to be more of a trend among like Western studios of making shorter shows that do tell a complete story.
Mm-hmm. I think that's because people got sick of the other way.
I'm hopeful for what the future will bring in terms of Western media.
But it's because of that,
anyway,
we want everybody to be able to understand every episode, so we can't go too far in any one direction. It's because of that that we always write the beginning of something from the premise, and not necessarily like from the beginning to the middle, through the middle to the end. We just come up with a premise, and then we pack it in. Done. That's a solid day's work.
Anyway, what actually were we discussing in the chapter before we got off on a tangent within a tangent?
Bite marks. Although, actually, can I finish one last thing from the tangent?
Go ahead.
We write stories based on the premise. Yada, yada, yada. Oh, the Berserk, Berserk pilot. I was going to say something short about that. Berserk pilot is one of the most interesting cases that I've ever seen of a pilot being canon to the series, but also not. And it's like this. So the opening chapter of Berserk is Guts like riding to a castle, and there's a count inside. And the count is like an evil dude. He's an apostle, which basically means he's made a contract with the God Hand to get demonic powers and to use them on Earth to like make his life better. And he is like an evil count, and he's an apostle. So Guts goes around slaying apostles because he hates the God Hand. Da-da-da-da-da. And there's like a little girl at this castle who's like deadly afraid of the Count, and the Count's been keeping her prisoner and like killed everybody else from her village. And this is the first chapter of Berserk, the real story. Like, Guts shows up to the castle, and he fights the Count, and then he beats him, but the Count like goes to the God Hand to ask for more power, and Guts goes with him, because it's like a dimensional thing, like they get transported to the God Hand. And Guts sees Griffith, and he's like, Griffith! And wants to kill him. And that's like the opening chapter. And then he fucking like, you know, he kills the guy and the God Hand goes away. And then he is like leaving, and then he says to the little girl, like, you know, take care of yourself, whatever. They have sort of like a heartfelt moment. Like, Guts is a cold, unfeeling bastard at this point in the story. But she's like, will I ever see you again, mysterious hero who saved me? And he's like, no. And then rides off on his horse. Now, this entire same exact thing takes place in the Berserk pilot. It's just this same, like, opening mission where he goes to the castle and defeats the Count, and he sees the God Hand, and he's like, Griffith! And then he bids the little girl farewell. But, in the pilot, he's wearing an eye patch. And at the end, when he bids the little girl goodbye, he takes off his eye patch and gives it to her. And it's like, ew, gross. His disgusting eye patch from his, like, torn out eye. I bet that has, like, fluids on it. But I don't know, she thinks it's, like, touching. And so she, like, clutches his eye patch while she watches him ride away. And then, in the real series of Berserk, he never has an eye patch. Ever. Not once. Not even, like, for a single panel. Like, he has an eye patch less times than we see Josuke's hair. And so, I can only imagine that the pilot chapter of Berserk, both, like, in the author's mind and in the narrative, Guts gave away his eye patch. Like, he didn't want it anymore. That's not what he wanted to look like. Like, he gave it to the little girl, and then when it came time to re-illustrate Guts for the real thing, he was like, nah, the eye patch is a little stupid. I'm just gonna keep it as a pilot thing. But it's interesting. I'd like to think that that's canon. That he actually just went to 2 castles and fought 2 counts and met 2 little girls, and he just gave the first one his eye patch. But yeah, it's like during that pilot chapter...
Really weird coincidence that the same shit happened twice.
Yeah. But it's a
like
weird
the same
thing
exact scenario.
in that pilot chapter, like both the author and the character figure out at the same time, like, hey, I'm not meant to wear this eye patch. This is stupid. And he believed him. Like, he was illustrating it, and he Guts told him, hey man, this eye patch looks stupid on me. You better get rid of this. And he was like, yeah, you're right.
He's like, oh yeah, sure thing.
Oh yeah, sure thing. Makes sense. Hey, you know best. Hey, hold on, aren't you a drawing? Am I drinking ink again? What year is it? Have they released the new Idolmaster?
I don't think too hard about it.
Alright. Is there anything else you wanted to discuss about this shit?
Let's see. Bite marks. We were on bite marks, right?
Yeah.
God, what else did we have? I feel like I had one more thing I wanted to talk about. Oh, right. I asked if you thought Paisley Park was going to get any abilities from...
I did want to talk about that. Yeah.
Or not King Cole, from the... Yeah. That's what we were on before this tangent.
Yeah, that's what we were on a damn while ago. But yeah, so no, because I don't think... Like, look at Paisley Park right there. Hasn't moved. Or not hasn't moved, but hasn't changed appearance at all. Of course, you could argue Soft and Wet didn't change appearance. But
yeah, but Soft and Wet either.
I beat you to that by like 1 second.
Soft. Yeah, I know.
Anyway, but also, you know, the thing that with the fucking Killer Queen is like out and visible, and it starts cracking apart, and that doesn't happen to either of their stands here. So I don't think any sort of stand fusion has occurred. And also, I think that...
Yeah, but also Killer Queen was cracking apart because Kira was dying at the time.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, that is what happens to stands when the user is like deathly injured. Yeah, I don't know. But either way, I think that this usage of the new Locacacast is meant to show us its power, but also its limitations. I think the fact that they fused into each other, but then didn't actually fuse, shows that the new Locacacast by itself cannot bring about fusion the same way it did with Josuke. You know? Like with Josuke, there were several things happening at once. There was the ground of the walleyes. There was the eating both of the not yet ripe new Locacacas. There was the earthquake, which shoved them underground and fucking smashed them together. And, yeah, that was all of the things.
I have a theory about that. I have a theory regarding that that fusion between Kira and Josefumi.
Okay, go.
So, Kira, at the time of the fusion, was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Can we agree on this?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, he has shrapnel, like,
So,
coming out the back of his head. He's fucking gone.
so when Yasuho fuses with Joshu, she regrows an arm, and Joshu loses an arm.
Uh-huh.
But since Kira is already dead, he is effectively a non-person. What's happening there is Josefumi is losing himself,
Mm-hmm.
and Kira is coming back to life.
But then Kira is still a dead body in the ground, you know? Like, Josefumi is the one who's Josuke.
I can't explain that.
Yeah, neither can I.
Officer, I can't explain those drugs.
But I do think that's something
There
interesting.
must have been a second package.
There must have been a second shooter on the grassy knoll. I think that you have touched on something interesting there, though, with the stand fusion with a dead person as opposed to with an alive person. Because I mean, we've seen stands are supposed to leave when the person dies. You know, like Moody Blues. Moody Blues evaporated pretty much the second Abakio stopped breathing. So why is Kira's thing still there if he's like dead? But I don't know if that's necessarily like a.
Hold on. When Josefumi fed Kira the fruit, didn't he like crumble like he was made of rock as he was like fading away during the exchange?
Yes, he. I actually have it right fucking
And-
here. I can just go to it right now.
And Killer Queen, you said was also breaking apart.
Yes, he was. Let me get to the. Yeah. Okay. So here it is. So when Josefumi is trying to heal Kira, he puts his hand on him and he like he moves the damn. He uses the. Sorry, I'm trying to read and talk at the same time. It doesn't work. He's trying to use the soap bubbles in order to get the fruit into Josefumi or into Kira. But then he like touches his hand to him and he leans down and he tries to listen with his ear and his ear falls off because it's made of stone and his hand as well. So the parts of him that he touched to Kira's body were exchanged. So in the same way that Yasuo and Joshu just did it, where she just exchanged, or they fused into one another and exchanged arm for arm.
I think the big problem here is Kira's intact corpse. This is the problem that we have to consider when we make theories about this, is the fact that there are two full bodies. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Even though in the flashback we clearly saw Josefumi breaking apart, there are two intact bodies.
Right. Well, there's this whole thing with he feeds him the first one, and then he is like, oh my god, there's shrapnel in his head, and he feeds him the second one. He's about to feed him the second one, and then the Aphex twins show up, and he just beats the shit out of them. That's one of the greatest fights in JoJolion. Josefumi versus the Aphex twins with like powered down lame, soft and wet that can only do bubbles. And nothing else. Because he just beats them with raw strength, you know? He just kicks the shit out of them. Anyways, he picks it up. Da-da-da. He gives him the rest of the fruit, and then he headbutts his chest. He, like, puts his face on him, and then he gets even more rocky. So he exchanges that. Right, and then this is the panel where he's breaking apart, and then the earthquake happens, and they fall into the earth. And then just after that, like right just after that, we have this panel of the both of them underground. And there's no... like, they're both complete bodies. There's no missing fingers or rocky bits or anything.
Okay, so I would like to amend my theory then. I think they exchanged vital organs, is what happened. You know? Everything that was damaged in Kira that would need to not be damaged for him to not be dead was exchanged with Josefumi. So Kira is the one that's actually... or... because Josefumi actually is Josuke. Josuke is the...
Yeah. Like, check it out.
That's the problem.
You can
The
see...
problem is that the dead body is Kira.
Yeah, the one wearing the
That's the problem.
hat, the naked one wearing the hat is Josuke. The one wearing the pants is Kira. And Kira, it has to be Kira because it gets discovered like a couple days later, and they dig it up and test the DNA, and it's Kira. So there's no debate on that.
It's 100% Kira. This is... I don't This is the new King Crimson. Back when King Crimson was non-understandable.
I think that you can easily, well, it's like, okay, so think about it this way. Kira was injured, and he had 2 full Locacacast fruits go into him. Oh man, hey, you know what? 2 fruits is enough for 3 exchanges. Did you realize that?
Yeah, I think it was like 2/3 of a fruit is 1.
Yeah, 2/3, 2/3, 2/3. So what about this? Check this out. This is a crazy theory that I just came up with. So he feeds him the first fruit, right? And that does like his surface level injuries. But then he discovers the shrapnel in the back of his head and he cries. And then he feeds him the second fruit. Now all of his surface level injuries are healed. And he's like, come on, come back to life. But he won't do it. And then the earthquake happens and they get thrown into the ravine. But because he fed him 2 fruits, this must mean, or not this must mean, but like he fed him 2 full fruits, which means that 3 exchanges could possibly have taken place. So, never mind. I don't even know if that means anything. But like, you know, Kira goes underground and he has all this Locacacast fruit juice in his system built up. Josefumi is underground next to him, and then the lemon and the tangerine thing happens. You know? Where like, just already there was an exchange happening because of the new Locacacast using one person as collateral for the other. But hey, wait. Okay, no. God, keep it straight. I got this. So he goes into the ground with too much Locacacast juice, you know, in abundance. He has more than he needs. And so the lemon and the tangerine thing happens. And because they've been equivalently exchanged while Kira had too much Locacacast juice in his system, some of it got into Josefumi and it healed his rocky bits. So he's now a perfectly normal, healthy human again for Josuke to wake up as. Is that stupid? Yes. Do I care? No. Can we get to the more important thing? Yes. The new Locacacast and the new Locacacast are different. You know what I mean? The one that...
Sorry, the new and the new are different?
Yes. The new Locacacast that Josefumi feeds Kira is has different properties than the one that we just saw Yasuo use. Because think about this. Kira is healed. Josefumi gets rocky. Like, he exchanges some of his own healthiness in exchange for rockiness in order to give Kira that healthiness. Now, just now, with fucking the new Locacacast in the future, in the main timeline, in the present, rather, we saw not, like, Yasuo get an arm and Joshu, like, his arm turns to rock and falls off, but it was that literally the arm transferred. You know? Like, nothing was collateral. It just moved. Like, it...
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
No, nothing turned to rock.
There was no rockiness.
Yeah. It just moved. I don't know what that means, but I feel like it means something. You know? Like, what
Do
if...
you think it could have been an aesthetic choice to change it like that, or was it, is there an actual story implication here?
I'm gonna go ahead and say that the new Locacacast is supposed to do what it does in the present, but when Josefumi and Kira harvested it, it was too not ripe yet. And also, it still looked like an old Locacacast. Actually, how much of the new Locacacast's powers come from Jobin growing it in a cactus? Specifically. Any? None? Some? I don't know.
I don't know.
But things are different. That fruit that Josefumi fed Kira is different from the one that Yasuo just fed herself.
There's a lot of questions around this new Locacacast.
Mm-hmm. But hey, I was talking to my friend Austin at work, and I was saying, yeah, I'm going to do a podcast tomorrow. I'm going to talk about the new JoJo chapter with my friend. And he's like, oh, that's cool. And then later that day, he asked me, like, so you're reading JoJo, like, up to date. You're reading the new shit that comes out. Are you ever, so he was trying to, like, pose this question to me. I don't remember how he asked it, but basically what he was asking was, like, you love JoJo so much, what if it starts to suck? Like, has anything ever happened in the series where you're like, oh no, it sucks now? And I was like, you know what? Miraculously, no. Like, every series has its ups and downs, its high points and low points, but somehow JoJo is just a line going straight up at 45 degrees.
It's so weird because even the parts that suck don't really suck.
No, they just have different stuff to offer.
There's parts that are lazier than other parts, but that doesn't make them not enjoyable. I still like part 5's ending, even though I think it was kind of lazy that they had to use the fucking arrow to create Gold Experience Requiem because there was no other way to beat King Crimson. You know?
You know, that doesn't even necessarily bother me. What does bother me, though, is that just, like, it's just all so quick. You know? We get the arrow and the story's over. Boom. Done. It's not even, like... And I get it, because GER is a battle ender. It's a conversation finisher. But... I don't know. I wanted to see now Giorno with a super powered up stand.
I think the part that bothers me about it is because earlier we see Risotto Nero nearly solo Diavolo without any assistance, and then we have the main crew, or what's left of them, and they can't handle him.
Yeah, sorry, I was somewhat distracted during that, but I see what you're saying. I also wanted a more, like, actual fight against Diavolo. And I think that the whole thing where it's like, well, hey, Bruno tried that. You saw what happened. That's bullshit, man. You guys can do a better job than that. You guys can fight Diavolo. I know you've got it in you. Like, Risotto went up against Diavolo and he was doing pretty well. I don't know how, like, our entire main team together are just like, well, no, there's nothing we could possibly do.
What you're saying is between Gold Experience, Sex Pistols, and fucking Spice Girl, there's nothing you could have come up with to defeat Diavolo?
I feel you. I feel like there weren't enough awesome stand combos in Part 5. Like, can you think of any other than Giorno and Mista with the bullet that sprouts the tree that grabs the helicopter? 'Cause that's cool as hell.
Oh,
but I wish there was.
You're talking about like just on the protagonist side, because there's like a few.
Yeah, I know on the villain side, but like, are protagonists creatively using their stands together? Doesn't happen very often. I wish it happened more often. Like, what else you got? You got, I don't even know.
Cause all I can think of, I can think of it like the fucking, like you said, the Gold Experience holding the bullet for Sex Pistols during the White Album fight. I'm trying to think. Shit. We got I guess technically Koichi and Giorno in the Black Sabbath fight.
Wow, Chris, what a deep cut. I wasn't even thinking about that as a possible candidate.
Because Koichi uses fucking Act 3 to dig Giorno's legs into the ground so he can reach the tree roots.
Right, yeah. Hey, you know what's a huge plot hole in Part 5?
What's a huge plot hole in Part 5?
When you didn't say anything, I was like, oh, he just wants me to continue, but I'm going to need some verbal acknowledgement. I'll wait. I'm sorry. Anyway, huge plot hole in Part 5 when Giorno cuts off both of his hands. And they're like, Giorno, we can't use your ability anymore unless you have your hands. Yes, you fucking can. He uses his feet to make life with Gold Experience all the time. He used his feet on the tree in the Black Sabbath fight. He fucking kicks that bullet at Diavolo, and it becomes a plant. You know, he does that shit all the time.
Well, Zach, I hate to tell you this, but you've officially ruined Trish's only fight.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There's no way around it. Giorno could have just made more hands with his feet if you think about it. Which is why you're not supposed to think about it. You're just supposed to take Araki's word for it. That's something else. Like, you can think.
No, see, that was the old Gold Experience. See, he's out of practice making life with his feet. You know?
Oh, one more example. When he turns that life ring, that buoy, the life preserver on the boat into a dolphin, or into a big old fish, he just kicks it. He just taps it with his foot, with his shoe, and it turns into fish.
Well, we're back to the fucking thing being ruined.
Sorry, man. I mean, why doesn't Trish have another fight, though? Like, come on.
I think the real answer is that he added Trish's fight as an afterthought, and he couldn't figure out how to work her in otherwise.
Does Trish have the least amount of stand uses of any main character ever? Because you have against Notorious B.I.G.
Depends on whether. Okay, hold on. What do you consider a main character? What is the prerequisite for them?
Are they part of the Crusaders for that that group. Like, I would consider Speedwagon a main character. He doesn't fight, but he's like part of the crew, you know? He's there the whole time.
Well, let's see. Everyone in part 3 gets at least one fight. I think, or actually, everyone in part 3 gets at least 1.5 fight, I would say.
1.5 fight. That's like when someone in Ireland says they weigh like 3.5 stone. I don't know what that means. 1.5 fight on the fight scale.
Okay, hold on. Because by the end of the part, we have Jotaro. We have everyone except Iggy and Avdol fighting Dio. So already we can rule those people out. Iggy gets 2 fights. Avdol, I believe, gets 2 fights. Let's see. Part 4.
Because Trish has 1.1 fights. She has against Notorious B.I.G., and then she has the only other moment in the entire series where she uses her stand, which is to make that bullet soft before it hits Mista's head, who's in her body.
You know what? I completely even forgot that moment.
I mean, I was actually waiting until it was my turn to talk again, because I knew you had forgotten it, and I was going to bring it up. But that's the only other time Trish ever says Spice Girl and makes something soft.
Because, let's see. Members of the main crew in part 4. I think all of the members of the main crew. Well, I mean, how main crew do we have to get in part 4?
All right, part four.
What is the part 4 crew to you?
Yeah, part 4. It kind of breaks my scale here because like everybody else, every other part
What is the part 4 crew to you?
Everybody else we're moving around the whole time, so the crew is pretty easily identifiable, like who comes with us on the journey. But part 4, we're all in the same place, so I don't even know. But I would say that the part 4 crew, to me, in my eyes, is Josuke, Okuyasu, Rohan, Koichi, Jotaro. And anybody else that I'm missing? I mean, like, not Shigechi. Shigechi's not main crew. He's there for like a few episodes. Yeah, so I've got Josuke, Jotaro, Rohan, Koichi, Okuyasu. Who am I missing? Anybody?
Sorry, Zach? Zach, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. You dropped out right from the time you said from the part you said the part 4 crew is until you said Jotaro.
All right, well...
So, could you run through that one more time for me?
Sure.
Because
This happens to me with you all the time. Don't even worry about it. I don't mind. I'll run one more through. So, here we go. We got Josuke, Jotaro, Koichi, Okuyasu, Rohan, and then I debate whether to include people like old Joseph Joestar or Raimi, you know, who are like definitely there, but
I would have honestly gone with Yukako.
Yeah,
like
but
the
Yukako never
next member
once
after that.
fights alongside our characters. Never once.
It's true. She doesn't.
So I consider her like Koichi's girlfriend, part of the stand users world. She's part of the team, but she's like not on the crew who would like go out on a mission, you know? She's part of the extended team.
So your crew then for part 4 is the 2 JoJos, Okuyasu, Koichi, and Rohan. Then
Yeah, 5-man crew.
All of them.
Pretty sure.
Got it. Okay, so Koichi definitely gets tons of stand use.
Yeah.
Both JoJos. Okuyasu has a lot of stand use, and Rohan has a lot of stand use. Even has his
Rohan.
own series. Where he
Yeah,
uses
I was about to say.
stand. So, Okay, so then we're up to part 5, and I think
I think
yeah,
Trish
I
is the
think
biggest
everybody
loser.
on the part 5. No, actually,
Really?
Fugo is the biggest loser.
Oh, how could I be so stupid? Of course. Man, I can't believe I didn't even consider that as a. Yeah, because he actually gets one fewer stand use than
I
her.
almost didn't because I almost didn't because I was about to run through the entire part 5 cast. Like I thought they all had at least 2 fights in them. I mean, Abakio has like 1, but then he also uses it right before he dies. But yeah, Fugo is the only one from the part 5 crew, other than Trish, to have only 1 fight, and he doesn't even have any stand use after that or before.
Yeah. Yeah. But like, you know what I really like about the JoJo anime? It really tries hard to make up for the shortcomings of the manga. And not only make up for them, but capitalize on them and like take advantage of them. Like, think about this. The whole thing with Fugo only getting 1 fight and then leaving, I feel like went over so much better in the anime than it did in the manga. In the manga, it felt like he was going to be part of the crew, and then Araki just changed his mind and got rid of him. In the anime, it was sort of like, you know, well, they do things like they do that flashback. They do like cutting back to him, or not a flashback, but they cut back to him when Narancia dies, and we see the plane. And then we also see like, or no, this is what I wanted to talk about. In the Man in the Mirror fight, they knew at that time when they were animating that that was going to be Fugo's only fight in the part. Like, they have the benefit of hindsight. They know how the story goes. They know that there's nothing coming after that for him. Like, already this is his last hurrah, you know? So we better make it good, they think to themselves. And they do crazy shit like they animate the Purple Haze stand rush to be crazy looking. But the point is, because they have the benefit of hindsight and they can see that Fugo's not going to get another fight after this, they are like, okay, fine, then let's pour like all of our animation like time and budget and love and dedication into making like the action sequences from this one fight, the only one he's ever going to get, the best they can be. Because they have the benefit of like knowing where the story goes, they can set up for it better. Yeah, they're not like caught off guard.
Technically, if you can, I guess technically, if you consider Purple Haze feedback canon, he gets more stand use. But
I don't though.
In terms of official materials, it's Fugo and then Trish, by the very narrow margin, and then pretty much anyone else.
Yeah. What was I talking about 1 second ago?
And then Jotaro.
And then Jotaro. Right, well, everything with Fugo seems like, you know, they knew that he was a limited time character and that he doesn't get that much use in the series, so they tried to do the best with him that they could. And I feel like that same process where they go look back at the manga and instead of saying like, what did this like fail to accomplish, they look back and they're like, how can we make that gel with everything else? You know, how do we like take the most advantage of the story that is here? I feel like that same thing is going to happen to JoJolion later in 95 years. And they're going to look back at Flashback Man and the bite marks, and they may not take them out entirely, but I feel like they're going to find ways to like sand off those rough edges and have that like perfectly move in and just match up flush with the rest of the series, you know?
Do you want to know the antithesis to this, where they know that they have the character for a limited amount of time, so they make the most of it?
Uh-huh.
Because there's a very specific antithesis to this, and that's you've seen Power Rangers, right?
Some. I watched
Okay,
Power
have you
Rangers
seen the original?
semi-frequently when I was a kid.
Have you seen the original Power Rangers?
Yeah.
You're familiar with the Green Ranger, Tommy?
Yeah, I know who the Green Ranger is.
All right. Little history lesson. Spoilers for Kyoryu Sentai Ranger in case you ever care to watch that. Little spoiler warning there. You good with that?
Yeah, dude, I'm fine. I thought you were giving that to the audience. My bad.
Okay.
I didn't know you needed confirmation from me.
I wasn't going to go into too much detail if you said that you intended to watch Ranger, or if you cared about spoilers.
Well, I
for
thank you for your
Zyuranger.
consideration. That's very kind of you, but please, spoil away.
So, the reason why there's an episode in Power Rangers where the Green Ranger loses his powers.
Oh, damn.
In Ranger, the equivalent of that is the Green Ranger actually dies. All right.
Oh, damn. So
The reason, and actually, it's a foregone conclusion from the start. In Ranger, Barai, the Green Ranger, was awoken too early, and so he's actually already got limited time. He spends all of his time almost inside a room that's completely removed from the flow of time, and he only comes out for his fights, which is why in Ranger, because they don't have a lot of footage of the Green Ranger.
wait,
You know?
hold on.
He's always off doing a karate tournament, so they bring him in for fights when he's really needed and when they have the footage.
Gotcha. I kind of missed what you were saying for a second there, because you roboted out. But I heard most of it. You were just saying, they fucking, like, in the real series, he actually dies?
Okay, so in the real series, Barai,
Right, no, I'm sorry. You cut off... Oh, jeez. Oh, God. It's happening again. Okay, you cut off right after you said he spends most of his time in a room that exists outside of time.
Yes. Okay. So, anyway, that the fact that he can only come out for fights is why they don't have a lot of footage of him actually like he only comes out for like a few fights in the original Zyuranger, so they don't have a lot of footage of him in the suit, so they couldn't use most of that for Power Rangers, right?
Yeah.
So they always come up with an excuse for why Tommy can't join in the fights in Power Rangers. And actually, in the second season of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, they actually commissioned Toei to make more footage of the Green Ranger,
Wow.
just so that they could use it for the fights.
Because in the logic of the show, he had died, and they were just, like, pretending that didn't happen. Because all the out-of-suit stuff they reshot with American actors.
Yeah. So in Power Rangers, Tommy regains his powers. He eventually, I believe, loses them again. But anyway, that's what I'm saying. Is the antithesis of making the most of a character that you have for a limited time is taking a character and stretching out their time past like what has already been the conclusion.
Yeah, true.
So,
you know what's funny?
I'm not sure how familiar you are with Power Rangers post Mighty Morphin.
None,
But
almost.
Tommy stays on. In a lot of series.
That's
Like
crazy.
fucking. I forget if it's Dino Thunder or if it's whatever it's called. It was one of the dinosaur series. It's the one that uses the footage from Bakiryu Sentai Aba Ranger.
Mm-hmm.
But that one.
Sorry, you roboted out for a moment.
Okay, what was the last coherent thing I said?
There was a dinosaur-based one. Tommy's in it, and then that one. Oh,
Yeah, he's the Black Ranger in that one. That's all I was saying.
cool. You know what's crazy is that I kind of didn't realize the Power Rangers had like continuity like that. I kind of thought it was like they get new Power Rangers every series.
Okay, so it used to be that they had like a constant, like a continuity between every series, and that was actually different from Super Sentai.
Mm-hmm.
Super Sentai has always been like self-contained series, and
Right.
this is like going back to what we were saying about the difference between Western media and like with Power Rangers, they wanted to keep it going forever.
Mm-hmm.
And then sometimes they'll have crossover events with Rangers from different series.
Oh, that's cool.
But anyway, Power Rangers used to be a continuous narrative. Now I think they get new Power Rangers each series.
Gotcha.
There was a little early installment weirdness with Mighty Morphin when after they switched over to, like after they ran out of footage from Ranger,
Mm-hmm.
they still had the suit footage and the mech footage from Ranger that they were using, but they didn't have any. Or actually, sorry, they didn't have the mech footage.
Hmm.
There
Oh
were
my God.
there's Die Ranger, and so with the mixing and matching of footage like that, it was like really weird
Mm-hmm.
for a while there.
I
And
actually.
then eventually they decided to that it was more trouble than it was worth, so they decided to give them new costumes every season to match up with with whatever was current in Super Sentai.
Mm-hmm.
And I dropped the whole continuous plot thing. I mean, it still is a continuous plot. It still is one universe. It's just different teams.
Hmm.
I think Power Rangers in Space was the last one that had like the original like team more or less. You know, it was the last one that was a continuation of Mighty Morphin.
Interesting.
And after that, it's a new threat, a new fucking team every time.
I had a toy from the Power Rangers that were dinosaurs once. As a child, I got for Christmas one year. It was like a really tall. It was like a big action figure. It was like fucking. It was like the size of my forearm as a child, and it was really big. And it was a white Power Ranger who had like a red visor, but his visor, like the thing that he saw out of, was kind of like. It looked like an X. Like it was kind of badass looking. Like it was kind of jagged. It wasn't like a normal Power Rangers like see through it forward visor. And he had like a fin on his head. He had like a black fin. And then his arms, this is like the fun part of the toy. His arms were like they were like accordion folding things. You know? It was like a cylinder of like collapsible stuff. So essentially you could like cock his arm back, and then you could press a button on the back of his shoulder, and he would fire a zoom punch, like fucking Jonathan. It was very cool.
I think I know the character you're talking about. I think this did it have like a yellow lightning bolt on its chest, sort of?
Oh yeah, 100%. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think that's Alpha 5. I think that's
Let me look
Alpha
it
5
up.
that you're talking about.
Alpha 5 Power Ranger. Well, now this is some sort of crazy looking thing that is not what I was thinking of at all. Hold on a second. White Dino Ranger.
Oh,
Who's this guy?
Wow. Okay, I completely missed the fucking beginning of your description of the toy. So I thought you were talking about Alpha 5.
I
but,
don't know anybody's names, so I looked up Alpha 5 expecting to see this guy. Hang on, I have a picture here.
Hold
I
on.
said yes to
Okay,
him
so
having a
it's
yellow
white-
lightning bolt, but he has like yellow
Wait a
trim
minute,
on his
Wait a
armor.
minute. Oh, I know this guy. This is the white Dino I think it's Dino Thunder. It might be. Is this Dino Thunder?
I think so.
I know what he is in Super Sentai. This is a Bare Killer.
Yeah, it says Dino Thunder White Ranger on the box here.
Okay. In Super Sentai, he's called a Bare Killer, and he's so sick in fucking Aba Ranger. In Aba Ranger, they do something that's like super, like, it's never been done before in Super Sentai, where there's an evil ranger that basically stays evil for the entire series.
Oh, damn. That's fucking crazy.
There's 4 rangers in blue, yellow, and black, and then this guy, Abare Killer, is one of the. But anyway, all of this to say, is what Power Rangers does with Tommy is the opposite of what
Fugo.
David Productions did.
I'm trying to find the toy that I had, the exact one with the... Oh, this is it! This is it right here! This is fucking it! Look! You could take his arm, you could take his fucking visor off and you could see his face underneath. This is the toy I had! Here, look at that. Open the link. It won't embed for some reason. But look, he had like accordion arms.
I'm looking at the... Oh, it says 403 forbidden.
Oh,
Let me try and
what?
refresh.
Well, hang on. I'll just save image as then. Here you go. Oh, here's my childhood toy for anybody on the fucking Locacacast who wants to see.
That's cursed.
What'd you say?
I said that's fucking cursed as shit.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, his face, I'm not gonna lie to you, his face always looked that creepy. But, you know, you could just put the black visor on. But the point is, his arms, you could cock them back like a gun, and then you could press, it wasn't you don't press on the gray thing at the top in order to fire it. You press on the little gold button on his shoulder pad, and you fire out a zoom punch. But like, wow, I can't believe I fucking A, remembered this figure, and B, was able to find it. You can see on his chest there's like speakers, and if you pressed a button on the back of him, he would go like, Dino Rangers! And that's it. He only had the one sound effect.
Do we have anything else to discuss in the chapter?
Chris, I don't think we've had anything else to discuss in the chapter for about 2 hours now.
It has been 2 hours, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Fuck
me.
Oh.
All right.
Well, I hope listeners have enjoyed this. Not quite a Locacacast, more like us shooting the shit for what, 3 hours?
Mm-hmm.
4 hours about random garbage.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. This has probably been the most off-topic episode of the Locacacast that we've ever had. We spent a lot of time talking about non-JoJo.
This is definitely one of the more rambly ones.
Mm-hmm. 100%. But, you know, I don't mind it. This was all right. And I feel like if there is anyone out there who has my same brain who's listening to this podcast, they will be like... They won't think, oh, this is horrible. They will be like, oh, this is charming. This is like a window into, like, you know, somebody else's brain. I don't know, but me as an audience member, if I found this podcast, I would be like, there's a refreshing lack of polish here. This is raw. This is just straight from the guys to me.
But you wouldn't want this to be your first episode. Definitely not.
No, definitely.
This would be a laughably bad first impression of this podcast, of this JoJo podcast.
Well, depending on what you're coming for. I mean, are you coming here for a serious, like, straight up analysis of the chapter in a timely manner? Well, you've come to the wrong place.
What the fuck did you expect? Have you seen us? We talk for like 3 hours about a chapter sometimes, and it's not even like that eventful.
And sometimes we talk for 1 hour about the chapter, and for 3 hours about
Other
our
stuff.
lives and
About
Power
Batman
Rangers and
Power Rangers
Batman
and how to fucking properly structure a
Gacha.
story.
and
Yeah.
fucking Gacha.
Oh my god, I feel like you telling me about Epic 7 was like a lifetime ago now.
Hey, should we just have a podcast where we just talk about Gacha all day?
I think we should have a podcast where we talk about whatever we want. Oh wait, we do have one of those. Nobody can stop us.
Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this kind of a JoJo podcast.
Yeah, I hope you enjoyed this.
See you here in a month for one that. We'll see you back here in a month for what will hopefully have more JoJo content. But if it doesn't, you know, that's fine too. I guess.
I'll be fucking seeing you all in a month for the next chapter. Chris, I'll be seeing you in about a month's time to do this very same thing once again. What are you... Oh, last thing before we leave. Chapter predictions. We gotta do those.
Oh, right, the fucking... Oh, I thought we were gonna go with the shoes yet to drop.
Oh, I kind of already did that.
Actually...
I brought that up during the thing, and I was editing it.
I've been labeling those as the unsolved mysteries of JoJolion.
Right. So if you want to go over that real quick, like what I added and subtracted for this one, I labeled nature of the Toru and the head doctor's relationship solved. I didn't label the true form of the head doctor solved because we don't really know yet. And I have added Joshu is missing an arm in the flashback because that's now another thing that needs to be explained. But yeah, I mean, do you want me to go through all of them? I feel like that would kind of be a waste. Most of them you're just going to be like, yeah, no update.
So anyway, there's no news about that. Anyway.
Nope. What are you the most excited to find out about on this list? Like, what's your most anticipated unsolved mystery of JoJolion that you want to solve?
Honestly,
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
But if we could solve Flashback Man, so we can stop talking about it.
Yeah, I mean that's like the top of my list too, but I don't even want to say that. What's your second thing?
You have to run through the list really quick.
All right, Flashback Man.
Just do the stuff that hasn't been solved yet.
Bite marks. Norisuke knows Kira. Kato. Tsurugi cured before harvest. Daya erasing memories. The fate of Holly. The mysterious case of the shrinking sausages. Gotta figure that one out. Why does the head doctor target young Mamazuku? That debatably can be removed. That's not even a mystery. Or actually, no, it still is, because why did he do that still? Why does Yasuo encounter the hair clip of the King Dynasty? Is Part 8 pro or anti-predestination? The true form of the head doctor? Toru, pure rock or half-human, half-rock? The origin of the Higashikata rock curse? Where did the extra new Locacacast go? 4 down to 2. Joshu missing an arm in the flashback. And then the red herrings, the photo with Kyo Nijimura in general, and Yotsuyu Yagiyama claims to have killed Josuke before. Ding, 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 ding. Oh! Chris, do you hear that? That's the bell! We mentioned Yotsuyu Yagiyama! Someone get up there on the ladder.
Hey!
Someone get up there on the ladder and change the fucking number of days since last Yotsuyu Yagiyama mentioned to 0. I don't think we mentioned him at all in this podcast up to that. But yeah, what's your most mystery that you want to have solved?
I think probably the Tsurugi being cured before the harvest is probably. I really just want to know like how we reconcile the flash forward.
Mm-hmm.
That said, I don't want to. I know whatever I say is going to be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But I do want to see how we get there.
Yeah. In response to, I don't want to speculate because I know what I say will be wrong. You know, the way I counteract that is I just say so much stuff that some of it is bound to have been right in retrospect. You know, the scattershot approach.
I mean, I look at it like the gambler's fallacy. I've had a few correct predictions, and you've had a few correct predictions. I feel like at this point, we're not going to make that prediction.
What'd you say after?
I'll let you make.
Never mind. Who cares? I understand what you said. You just roboted out though.
I'll let you make the wrong predictions.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying, and it could be gambler's fallacy. Like my last several have been wrong, so I'm gonna be right soon. But also, I think that it's not a fallacy in relation to gambling. If you play roulette and you place a bet on,
this is actually terrible call quality.
Yeah.
I keep getting relegated into the fucking Discord chamber of silence. Anyway, what I was saying is it's actually the opposite of the gambler's fallacy. We've actually been making so many correct predictions that I feel we're due for a big wrong prediction.
Inverse gambler's fallacy. But you know what's gambling related and not a fallacy? If you're playing roulette and you bet on both black and red and green, if you bet on black and red and the zeros, you can't lose. If you place enough bets, one of them will hit.
I mean,
you will lose money doing this. This is overall a losing bet.
You'll have a net loss.
Yeah. But
well, you'll technically win.
You'll technically win your bets some of the time, if you just place enough bets. If you just cast a wide enough net. And that's what we do here on the Locacacast. We cast a wide net. We make many guesses in the hopes that maybe one of them could be right. Me personally, the mystery that I am looking the most forward to in JoJolion being solved, Norisuke knows Kira. The dead Kira bookseller's mark on his wrist thing. I want to see another flashback.
That's a big one.
I want to see more flashback content. I want Norisuke to explain how he knows Kira and why and from where, what their relationship was like. Or Norisuke can't do that now because he's dead. But I want the story to explain that to me. That's really what I'm most excited about. Because I feel like that also will give us some other information as well, probably. If we get another flashback. Because, think about this. The flashback that we have gotten explains one thing. How they became Josuke. But, I'm sure they did other stuff. And also, there's a bunch of shit left unexplained by the flashback. Like the picture. Why do they not know Carrera, but then they also took a picture with her? Norisuke claims to know Kira. There's too much that's not perfectly slotted into place for there to not be another flashback,
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's actually one that I am looking forward to as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess we'll just have to see what the future holds on that one. Any parting words for our intrepid listeners, Chris?
Not really. I just want to kind of get done with this before this crap starts. We just have the soothing melodic sounds of my auto-tuned voice.
Yeah, yes. And you just roboted out while you were saying that too, so it's extra on brand. But yeah, my parting words for the listeners are this. Train hard every day. Eat your vitamins. Say your prayers. And remember, thanks for watching.